Tere hommikust, lugupeetud daamid ja härrad, austatud külalised ja Riigikogu liikmed, head simulatsiooni osalejad, tere tulemast Euroopa Liidu NATO ümarlauale 2017. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, friends, and members of Parliament. I'd like to welcome you to the 2017 NATO-EU Roundtable. On behalf of our sponsors, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Defense, the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, and of course the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the Estonian Atlantic Treaty Association is very glad that you're here. My name is Emmet, Tuohy, and I have the honor of being the event moderator today. Let me first make one administrative note. This event is being live streamed, thanks to our colleagues at the Riigikogu, and if you'd like to use Twitter or Facebook, the hashtag is NATO-EU 2017. Please follow along in the discussions and help those at home to participate as well. Today's discussion really has two purposes. The first is to introduce, to analyze, and to develop NATO-EU cooperation as a whole. In this regard, since coming to Estonia, I've been able to work in both NATO and EU working groups, and it's been quite gratifying to see that over time, both organizations, located at opposite sides of Brussels, have been able to talk about some important issues increasingly in the same way. And it's not just a rhetorical cooperation either. As we'll see in today's discussion, this cooperation has become increasingly concrete in a variety of ways. The second purpose is to inform and structure the NATO simulation that we'll be having. We have over 54 students from 30 countries who over the next couple of days will be representing the NATO member states as we analyze and explore a scenario of crisis management at Saka Manor in eastern Estonia. In many ways, the challenges that NATO and EU face in cooperating are rather similar to those facing Estonia in that other arena of geopolitical confrontation and cooperation in Europe, which is, of course, Eurovision. Much like Laura and Koitoma, who must stand side by side here in Ukraine on the eastern flank in order to make sure that they sing from the same song sheet, as they say in Brussels, and also ensure that they present a united front to those who would seek to hear disharmony from the Allies, as one of our speakers said in Postimees yesterday. Today's session consists of three panels, which take us quite logically from the general, looking at what NATO-EU cooperation is, moving on to the specific of how this is manifested in the military domain, whether in the strategic terms or an operational level, and finally looking at one specific area of military cooperation, which is hybrid warfare. But to set a harmonious tone for today's discussion, we have three fantastic guest speakers here today. First, words of welcome will be offered by Tobias Mörschel of Friedrich Stiftung Baltic, Hanso, the chairman of the State Defense Committee of the Riigikogu, and last and not least, Urmas Paet, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, and now a member of the European Parliament in Strasbourg. So with that, Dr. Mörschel and Hannes, if he's here, if you'd like to come up, we'll get you started. Thank you.
Good morning, also from my side. Excellencies, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you on behalf of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation to our 5th NATO Roundtable. And so we can also celebrate a small anniversary today. For 5 years we're doing this conference. Just let me say some words about the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, because I'm sure not everybody of you knows what the Friedrich Ebert Foundation is, what we are, what we do, and why are we doing this program, this conference with you together. We are the oldest and biggest German political foundation with more than 100 offices worldwide. We are named after the Social Democrat Friedrich Ebert, who was the first democratically elected president of Germany after the First World War. Friedrich Ebert came from very modest circumstances. He was a simple craftsman who rose to the top of the first German democracy. Our foundation was established in 1925 as the legacy of Friedrich Ebert. The work of our political foundation focuses on the core ideals of social democracy, that is freedom, justice, and solidarity. As a think tank, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation has established itself as a partner in foreign and development policy. The promotion of social justice, democracy, peace, and security is always a priority for us. Thereby, we pay special attention to the promotion of civilian solutions into the foreign and security policy, and also in the involvement of civil society. And our today's conference fits perfectly into this core concern of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. At our roundtable today and in the next 2 days, we want to bring together expert and especially young professionals from Estonia, the Baltic states, and also all over the world. We have participants, we have already heard it, about 30 countries. Want to bring together these young professionals from all over the world to discuss the future of NATO, EU, and a common security policy, which is more needed than it ever was before, because, well, peace and security are central to the future of Europe. And it is certain that the year 2017 will be a year of uncertainties. This concerns the future of NATO, the future of EU alike. Just to mention some brief keywords, well, the Brexit, yesterday we received a letter from London and Brussels. If you look over the ocean, we don't know how the USA will develop with Donald Trump. We have the forthcoming election in France. We have the widespread populism all over Europe. Well, we have a wide range of developments which show there's a big uncertainty how Europe will develop. Last week, we celebrated the 60th anniversary of the Rome Treaty. Even if the EU is currently maybe not in its very best condition, the European integration certainly is one of the greatest success stories in history. The common security and defense policy is the weakest link in this European integration project. To put it quite briefly, we need also more union in European defense. In the view of the great threats posed to the security and defense of the European Union, it is high time that the member states take bold and concrete steps towards a more efficient and effective framework for military cooperation. Europe needs a common vision of its security architecture, and at the moment we rather have fragmented regional security visions if we have some. It is necessary to create a European defense union that supports NATO in its task to provide territorial defense. Increased unity is the only road to greater EU resilience in a changing world. I sincerely hope that this conference will contribute to the goal of a closer cooperation in European defense policy. Today, we therefore want to discuss on the basics of NATO-EU cooperation. Our key questions were already mentioned, so I have not to repeat them. We have many things to discuss today, many open questions. So I don't want to speak longer, though we have more time for our discussions. But before I finish, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Estonian Atlantic Treaty Association for this excellent cooperation in the preparation and implementation of this conference. I would also like to thank all you for joining this conference, and my special thanks go all to our panelists and international guests. I would like to wish us interesting debates, new insights, and want to give now the floor to Hanso, the chairman of the National Defense Committee of the Estonian Parliament, and thank you for your attention and wish us a very good conference today and in the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Dear participants at the conference, good morning from me. I just returned from the United Kingdom early this morning or very late last night. And well, what a period in the European history we're just about to be entering. Looking back for about a year, I think all these things that we never thought would materialize or come true are one by one coming a reality. Unpredictability, an era of the unpredictability, I think, has started in some ways. All these things that we didn't think would come true are coming true one by one. And who knows, this might also continue. So when we talk about security, when we talk about the sort of space of values in this part of the world that we are about to defend and what we must defend, freedoms and democracy and all this human rights and all these basics, then I think when we talk about the NATO and the European Union, I think cooperation between the two is not optional. It is a must. We shouldn't. Right now, there are no times that we can afford the sort of artificial boundaries between like-minded people who share the same values. NATO for us, of course, is as relevant as ever as a security, as a cornerstone of our security here. For myself, I mean, as I was a Minister of Defense at the time of the Warsaw Summit and in the run-up to it, the decisions that we took in July last year, I mean, they're being implemented as we speak in the UK. On Monday this week, yes, I went to see the army unit that is moving this way. I mean, everything, the equipment is on the way. Some is here, some is on the way. The French have completed already, basically, their arrival. So we can basically say, and the process of implementation will be 100% complete by June. So 11 months from taking a decision to full completion. So if we saw an election debate last summer in the United States where NATO was called quite some interesting names, obsolete amongst them. For us here, I mean, it is, when we talk about the military security, it's a given. I mean, NATO works and has demonstrated that it's capable to react. I mean, we know how sensitive it was for all the 28 different countries to agree on something like the enhanced forward presence, for example. I mean, it's never been done before. So I would be the one who certainly congratulates NATO for being alive and kicking. Now, the European Union, I think when we talk about the cooperation between the two, we have seen a lot of progress. High Representative Mogherini has attended all the ministerials that I was party to over a period of last 1.5 years, and also Secretary General Stoltenberg took part in all the EU defense ministerials. I mean, this is a new thing, and we clearly understand that we cannot look at security, having these organizational boundaries or differences. For me, I think we should, as I said, NATO is working. When we look at security, then we need to, in my view, look at the areas where the cooperation of the EU, the European Union can add value, be it terrorism, be it hybrid threats, cyber issues, all these sort of things. We shouldn't set out to create parallel structures, chains of commands, all these sort of things. I mean, the money, the resources available for defense, as we know, are scarce as it is. So we can afford, I think, to start creating a parallel structure to this. And I think we should also look at very carefully of the decisions that we have already taken many years ago. I mean, the EU battle groups, as we know, have existed, unfortunately, on the paper only for a dozen years, or 15 years, or something like this, and they've never been used. So let's, before we start thinking about other things, let's look at how we can make things really work that already should be existing. But there has been no political will, and to be honest, one of the things that has been, unfortunately, a taboo issue for the European Union countries when we talk about defense has been the defense spending issue. We're not perfect in NATO. Only 5 countries out of the 28 are meeting the commitments or targets that we have set to ourselves. But this is going to change. Our good colleagues in Latvia, Lithuania, they are going to meet the target 2% next year, and other countries are joining. But the fact is that with the United Kingdom leaving the European Union, 80% of the NATO defense budget will be covered by non-NATO countries. Non-EU countries. The United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. I think Norway is part of it. I mean, that's a fact. So let's be realistic in our discussions. Let's try to find avenues where we can add value, and of course bring the countries, like-minded countries, such as our neighbors, non-NATO members in Finland and in Sweden. I really see so much potential there, and doing basic things we still cannot do because of these artificial memberships or non-memberships in NATO, for example. We cannot share a raw radar picture. I mean, we know of the civilian air safety issues, the Russians flying, blind to the civilian radars there above the Baltic Sea, but we cannot share a picture. I mean, it's common sense that we should. NATO, EU, or who is member, who is not, should not actually even enter this, but it does. So these are things that we can do together, and I'm happy to see so many young, smart people here from, I understand, around 30 countries who would be, over the next 3 days, be doing just that. So welcome and good luck.
Thank you very much, Hannes. We hope that you can stay for some questions from these smart, talented people during the rest of the discussion. Now I have the honor to invite a member of parliament, Mr. Urmas Paet, again formerly a foreign minister of Estonia for 8 years, second longest serving whenever he left that office, extensive experience in both NATO and, of course, the EU. Mr. Paet.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As we all know, timing is everything, and to speak today about NATO-EU relationship and strengthened cooperation, of course, is very timely exercise, because we all remember that just maybe a couple of years ago, still, NATO didn't want or could not talk about relationship with the EU and vice versa. We all know that there were obvious reasons why this actually nonsense was part of our history decades, where NATO and the European Union didn't manage to cooperate more or less at all. But the European security situation, of course, has grown increasingly fragile, and primarily as a result of the activities of ISIS and other terrorist groups. Also Russia's aggressive behavior, as well as violence and instability in the countries near Europe. This means that Europe, in order to defend itself and increase its security, must do much more. Defense cooperation between the European countries has been moderate, and hopes have mainly been on NATO, although not all EU countries are members of NATO. In NATO's context, the situation where almost 3/4 of all the expenses are paid by the United States alone, and Europe is laying responsibility for its own security, mainly on the Americans, of course also is not sustainable and cannot last forever. Firstly, I would like to say that the role of NATO has been, is, and will continue to be important, but Europe must contribute much more and take advantage of all the possibilities for increasing security and defense capability especially in the European Union context. This is the reason why also the European Parliament adopted a report on intensifying defence cooperation in the European Union, also known as the European Defence Union. I was appointed as its rapporteur, and the main purpose of this report is to highlight the areas where and how the European Union could do more than it has in order to support and complement NATO. This includes the recommendation to the EU countries to spend 2% of their GDP on defence, financing the infrastructure and establishing so-called the defence Schengen. We can endlessly talk about increasing the efficiency of defence costs, which is of course also necessary, but in order to reach a certain level of quality, we also need a certain level of quantity. The Treaty of Lisbon gives the EU far better opportunities for defence cooperation than we have been used so far. The European defence cooperation can be significantly improved in the existing legislative European Union framework. One might ask, why hasn't it been done before? Likely, the main reason is that there has not been a great need for it, since the security situation did not deteriorate significantly in the previous years. But the times are different now. Since the Paris terrorist attacks 2015 autumn, the terror risk in the EU has drastically increased, and the majority of the EU citizens think that security is something the EU should pay much more attention to and spend more resources on. The situation in the immediate vicinity of the EU is also deteriorating. In addition to the war in Syria, the last 3 years have seen Russia's aggression in Ukraine, increasing instability in Libya and in some other northern and also Central African countries, coup attempt in Turkey, tensions between Iran and Saudi Arabia, war in Yemen, and so on and so on. However, there is no real point in talking about the European army yet, or scaring the skeptics with it, because at the moment it is unrealistic. Furthermore, there is also no reason to say that the EU defence cooperation is weakening NATO. This is simply not true. On the contrary, for years, NATO has been wishing to see the EU as a partner who could complement NATO and support it with its capabilities. Let us not forget also the fact that not all EU countries are in NATO, and their systematic inclusion is also necessary. Thus, the circumstances require that the EU defence cooperation and partnership with NATO be much more concrete and efficient. Creating the security and defence capability set out in the EU treaties has not progressed much, although Article 42 foresees gradual development of the EU defence policy, which would lead to the establishing of the EU common defence. The same article of the treaty provides for the establishing of defence institutions and defining of European joint capabilities and armament policy. Furthermore, the EU's activities should be compatible with those of NATO in order to strengthen it and make territorial, regional, as well as global security and defence capability more efficient. At the European Council meeting on defence in June 2015, the heads of the EU member states demanded that Europe cooperate more intensively and systematically in the field of defence, including through the use of EU funds. After the Paris terror attacks on 17 November 2015, France proposed using Article 42 and requested assistance from other member states. Only a few of them actually had the necessary will and capability to provide any assistance at the time. Thus, the EU and its member states must make more effort and start doing what has been left undone in defence policy. The Lisbon Treaty gives the European Defence Union a solid footing, and therefore it is reasonable to establish it and tie it to the EU's next multi-annual political and financial framework. Unfortunately, it is often so in the EU that actions are decisively undertaken only after something bad has already happened. So has been the case with the refugee crisis and terror attacks, for example. Bringing defense cooperation to the next level would also be of preventive nature, because on the contrary case, it might be already too late. The EU battle groups reached full operational capacity already 10 years ago in 2007. But so far, they have not been used. Even though they were established for performing military tasks which serve humanitarian purposes or are related to peacekeeping and peacemaking. Having said that, the parties could not agree on using a battle group in the case, for example, in Mali or Central African Republic, where the nature of the activities would clearly have corresponded to the goals of the battle group. But now the battle groups must be adapted to the context of the changed security environment, and we must be ready to deploy them operatively. According to the EU Global Strategy on Foreign and Security Policy, the EU must systematically promote defense cooperation in all fields of defense capabilities in order to be able to react to external crises, build capacities of the EU partners, ensure Europe's safety, and also establish a strong European defense industry, which is of critical importance in ensuring the autonomy of Europe's defense activities. Cooperation with NATO is clearly the key for developing the capability of the EU and its member states. On 8th of July 2016, the presidents of the European Council and of the Commission, together with the Secretary General of NATO, signed a joint declaration which emphasizes the need to strengthen EU and NATO defense and security cooperation, and states that it must include increasing joint resilience in the East and South, as well as investments in defense. Both the EU and NATO are of the opinion that they must improve the compatibility and synergy of their activities, because it would strengthen NATO's role in the security and defense policy, as well as in collective security. There are a number of issues where the EU could improve its internal security cooperation as well as its cooperation with NATO, and make it more practical with fast and clear decisions. At the moment, the movement of the defense forces personnel of the allies is troublesome, bureaucratic, and time-consuming. The administrative processes of the EU member states are unreasonably slowing down the cross-border movement of the rapid response forces inside the EU. The EU must create a system that changes it. The system would coordinate the fast movement of the personnel and equipment of the defense forces for the purpose of a common security and defense policy task, where the solidarity clause is invoked, or in case of the obligation to provide assistance and support with all available resources. In other words, the so-called defense Schengen should be established. Naturally, the EU countries must also set the goal of spending 2% of their GDP on defense, as the NATO members have done. This would give a clear signal of the joint positions of the EU and NATO. In order to carry out the EU defense policy, we must contribute additionally from our common EU budget, and the right place for this would be the EU's multi-annual financial framework. In addition to the practical side, the use of EU money for increasing defense capabilities is also a clear sign of solidarity, and it would allow all member states to improve their military capabilities through joint efforts. The initial action plan for the EU common defense policy, or defense union, must also include NATO projects that concern combating hybrid threats, operational cooperation, including at sea, migration, cybersecurity and defense capabilities, strengthening the technological and industrial base in the field of defense, military exercises, as well as security and defense capabilities of EU's neighbors in the East and South. The EU can financially support, for example, the placement of international NATO battalions to the EU member states at the eastern border by backing the building of the necessary infrastructure, such as roads, barracks, or some other facilities. At the moment, the majority of this burden is on the shoulders of a few specific member states who, due to their geopolitical location, need increased presence of the allies. At the same time, the increased presence in specific countries serves as a protection for all EU and NATO countries, and thus the solidarity-based distribution of additional costs is justified. The EU must also gear up the defense research program and start developing a common European capabilities and armament policy. This comes with a need to contribute more to strengthen the industrial and technological base of the defense sector in the EU member states with a view of decreasing dependency on third parties. The European defense industries market must function better and be more accessible so that the member states would have the possibility to make their defense and security budgets more efficient. Unfortunately, no reliable policy for European defense industries has been drawn up so far, which would ensure better competitiveness, transparency, and less bureaucracy. The practical steps also require a political framework in order to ensure sufficient political attention. Therefore, it would be reasonable to create the position of the European Commissioner for Defence and set up regular meetings of the EU defence ministers. Furthermore, it is also necessary to establish the real headquarters for the EU military operations in order to facilitate the cooperation with NATO as well as plan and carry out the EU's own operations. The member states that are ready to undertake more binding commitments towards each other could set up a permanent structured cooperation within the EU, in the framework of which it would be possible to establish multinational forces that can be made available to the common EU security and defence policy. An option would be the further development of the EU battle group system. However, the EU cannot create something that functions without the active participation of the member states. In order to develop the defence policy, a binding agreement between the EU member states and institutions is required. Such agreement should establish all EU defence policy initiatives, investments, measures, and programs. More than ever, Europe can and should contribute to its security before it is too late. Unfortunately, there are areas where handling the consequences cannot compensate the damage. Defence and security is one of those areas. This preventive goal is the purpose of the European Defence Union. NATO and the European Union have plenty of opportunities for strengthening European self-defence and deterrence. Then EU can finally become a long-awaited serious partner also for NATO. Thank you.
We just have time for one or two questions for Mr. Paet, if anyone would like to ask this time. No? Sure. David Jan. The microphone will be coming to you in just a second.
Thank you. Thank you for your speech. You mentioned the European battle group system, which already exists with the two battle groups that are supplied by the Visegrad Group and other countries in Central Europe. Do you think that there's an opportunity in the future to increase those number of battle groups, for example, by having a Baltic one? Or do you think that there's a new structure altogether needed to improve the security of the member states in this particular region of the EU? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the EU's battle group system anyway should be redesigned because, as it is clear, yes, they have trained different geographical battle groups because also Estonia participated a couple of times with trainings together with other Nordic countries, for example. But as it was clearly mentioned, the battle groups never have been used in real action, although there have been perfect actually needs and opportunities. So it means that the battle group system anyway should be redesigned. And secondly, what I already also mentioned in my initial monologue, that all the countries in the EU who are ready and want also should have the chance to have more structured cooperation also between their military forces and armies, so that to create some permanent also multinational framework for this kind of direct military cooperation. But of course, the most important issue for the battle groups, but also for this new developments, it's about the political will of the countries, because battle groups were not used because one or two countries blocked it because of domestic political reasons.
Hi, Michael Lambert. Thank you for your speech. Looking at Brexit as an opportunity, don't you think that it's time for us to just create the European army, which will solve many issues that we have? We don't have to rely on battle group anymore, and you can be also in Estonia, for example, leader of the cyber defense system of the whole European future federation, let's say. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess it is theoretically very practical, pragmatic, and nice idea. But in practice, I don't think that we are there yet, that it is ready to be created. Because first, of course, it will not fit into the limits of existing legal framework, including Lisbon Treaty. Secondly, we all understand that there is still huge lack of political will, I guess, in most member states to create so-called European army. And then thirdly, I'm also not very sure practically that it would be very efficient if we at this very stage will make this quite big step towards a real European army. I guess it also should be the outcome of normal, natural process. It means that the same steps that the battle group system, the countries who are ready and politically are willing, they should form and can form multinational forces, so that this kind of natural evaluation, I guess, is needed for this. Otherwise, I don't foresee that it will be, how to say, great success, because we still have lots to do, lots of steps to be taken before we, even in one day, maybe can reach this goal. And of course, second and larger political issue is that one army for Europe or for the European Union would be completely logical if European Union is not anymore an international organization, but it is, I don't know, federal state, confederal state, whatever. Then there is pure logic. If you have one state, you have an army. But as long as the EU is still enlarged international organization and not a state, then of course there are, well, lots of practical issues, political problems, and so on with united European army.
Hello, morning. My name is Zhang Dinzi from China and now living in UK. Thank you for your speech, and you mentioned a very interesting issue. It's about the budget model. You mentioned that the budget model seems like too much relies on the US and now seems like quite unsustainable. So I'd like to know what's your solution for this. Of course, you mentioned that 2% of GDP for each member state and is a must and should be attained. But do you think that there are some countries, certain countries that take the free ride in the NATO, or what do you think the potential future model is? Thank you.
All this statistics is public and available. You can see how much each and every NATO member state spent so far for defense. Which countries spent 2%, some of them even more, and some less than 1% of their GDP. It is all is public. Yeah, I said it, and I'm absolutely confident that even without Donald Trump being US president, it was obvious already actually for many years that this situation is not sustainable, that the US is paying close to 75% of NATO bills. At the same time when the real risks in transatlantic cooperation are not in America, but they are here in Europe. And that in the, European Union, there are 530 million people, which is much more than in the United States, and so on and so on. So that it's clear that Europe, should pay more. It's obvious, and it's also fair. So that, but during last, I guess, year or year and a half, we actually have seen that the trend is already there. Because still 5 years ago, there were many European countries which didn't increase, but they decreased still their defense budgets. But now, no one is not anymore decreasing, and more countries are increasing. Of course, this 2% of GDP, it is, I guess, very practical goal. Reality also is that still too many countries are quite far away from this goal, but at least the trend finally is right.
Thank you. Alexander Mörschel, European Parliament. Thank you for your very interesting speech. And to continue on defence spending, what do you think of an idea for political and legal incentives for certain states to spend more in form of the write-offs from master criteria, similar to the Juncker Fund contributions for a number of defence spending on research and development or on common projects, so that the states who are currently undergoing budgetary difficulties have an incentive to actually contribute to the common defense despite that?
It is the story which actually, yes, I also hear more or less every day, that there are lots of other stuff, countries should spend on. But I guess it's again very, how to say, old classics, that there will be no point to spend for a lot of nice issues if you are not taking care enough of your security and defense. So that we all know that what kind of turbulences we have these days in Europe and in the European Union. So I can calculate here like 5-6 huge problems we have at the same time. But if you look at the public opinion, which is always very important, then all actually EU member states, or the public opinion in the all EU member states, say today that the defense and security is more or less the only thing where European citizens want to see more cooperation in the European Union. So that if we see that the increase in Euroscepticism in many different areas, then actually the European defense and security issue is more or less the only one where there are no doubts. Of course, it is also very emotional after Paris, after Brussels attacks and many others. Also the refugee crisis, also in eastern part of Europe, the Russian issues and so on. But it's the fact that at the moment also there is, for politicians, good momentum because of favorable public opinion to make concrete steps further in defense and security cooperation. It includes, of course, also the budgetary decisions.
Thank you so much for taking time for questions.
Thank you.
Once again, give a round of applause to Mr. Paet. And please take 15 minutes to get more coffee, tea, and water served just behind in the room there. Thank you. Great, thank you so much, and welcome to the first panel discussion for today, focusing on the basics of NATO-EU cooperation. It's quite clear, as we've heard from both all three of our keynote speakers, that the artificial divisions or the nonsense that had separated NATO and the EU is now finally going away. For me, it's quite impressive to see in just a few short years between the Chicago summit, at which some NATO member states actually blocked the participation officially of the delegation from the European Council, Commission, and High Representative, to 2016 in Warsaw, in which all three of them were fundamental parts of the summit, issued a joint declaration which is now being actively implemented. I find to be quite meaningful. To introduce this topic, we actually have a very distinguished speaker from outside of NATO, an EU member, the distinguished Dr. Mike Winnersteeg, Deputy Director of Studies at FOI, the Swedish Defense Research Institute, who will take it from here. So, Mike, please.
Thank you very much.
Now, here we have it. Good. Thanks, Emmet, for introducing me. I will be pretty brief, but I will still kind of provide you with a little bit of a background here, as I've been studying the topic of EU-NATO relations for a very long time. And we have then two distinguished panelists who will take the whole debate from that, so to speak, from a more perhaps practical perspective. Thomas Mell from the MOD in Estonia will discuss the practical day-to-day kind of EU-NATO workings, and Uwe Uptenhögel from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation will discuss also some more kind of political aspects of the entire thing. But I want to remind you as well that the EU-NATO stuff has been going on for a very long time. It's fair to say, I think, that with the meeting in Saint-Malo in France in 1998, which is a long time ago, almost 20 years ago, you had a major breakthrough, it was thought at least at the time, for the entire thing of EU military kind of cooperation and EU military framework setting off. The French in particular thought that this meeting was a breakthrough, as the Brits, in the case of Prime Minister Tony Blair, came on board to the entire idea of EU doing things militarily. And after that meeting in '98, things happened very drastically and pretty quickly. You had a meeting in Helsinki in 1999 where you had all the European leaders decided on, not on the battle groups actually, but on what was then called the Helsinki headline goals, which was a full army corps essentially of 60,000 troops that should be deployed, or at least be deployable within a couple of months, and to be able to be deployed for about a year. This is a fairly big undertaking. It was, of course, inspired by the fact that the Balkan crisis had then been going on for a while, and the NATO force in former Yugoslavia, in Bosnia in particular, was around 60,000 troops, and that was kind of the goal for the new EU force as well. Well, only a few years later, it was obvious that this didn't materialize. Then the EU changed to the battle group concept, battle groups being then about 2,500 troops, smaller, easier, more agile was the idea, and with the ability to really kind of do things in smaller contingencies, especially military crisis management operations in sort of faraway countries. And as we heard during the last panel here, that didn't materialize either. No battle group has ever been set into any form of crisis. And you have to ask yourself, in this case, when we've seen 15, 20 years of EU military cooperation, why is this the case? And then, of course, you have to go into the kind of nasty things in terms of the real problems for EU military cooperation and why the issue won't go away in terms of problems, that is. So you can always say, as former Estonian Minister of Defense Hanso said during the first panel here, that it's self-evident that the EU and NATO should cooperate, and all the EU countries and all the NATO countries should cooperate in defense issues. I mean, that goes without saying. We're all kind of Western democracies. There's no problem here. But just look at the Baltic states and the Nordic states, the NB8 as they're called. If you look at the Baltic states, you see almost perfect integration. All Baltic states are members of NATO and the EU, and they have introduced the euro. They have now also approached or passed the 2% of GDP for defense target. Everything is pretty fine. On the Nordic side, on the other hand, no country of the 5 Nordic countries perform the same policy in terms of defense and security. Norway is a member of NATO and not of the EU. Iceland is a member of NATO as well, but has no defense forces of its own. Denmark is a member of both EU and NATO, but has an exception when it comes to EU military cooperation and hasn't introduced the euro. Finland, on the other hand, is a member of the EU and has introduced the euro, but is very staunch in its resistance to join NATO. And Sweden is a member of the EU, hasn't introduced the euro, and has a divisive debate right now on, or an intense debate, I should say, on joining NATO. So the Nordic countries are extremely asymmetrical when it comes to political things, and these things matter when it comes to the ability of both organizations actually to do things in terms of military stuff together, when it comes in particular to the issue of territorial defense. Because the EU was never designed for territorial defense issues. The whole CSTP thing was always about crisis management abroad, not in the EU even, abroad outside the EU's borders. And thus, you cannot say with any ease, at least, that you have, common sense, pressure for these countries to do things together. They don't. In NATO, they do. The same countries, to a large extent, 75% or so of the EU countries are also NATO members. But the problem here is, of course, that not all are, and that means that if both organizations are going to cooperate together, you will always end up in problems relating to the different membership structures. If all countries, and I say this in closing, if all countries in the European Union and NATO sphere were so integrated in both organizations as the Baltic states, then we would have no problems. But the problem is that they aren't, and we do have still a lot of issues with this. But I now turn to Thomas to ask him to kind of describe the day-to-day workings and see if we can take anything with us from there. Please, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. I start with an irony of distance. When you pop up Google Maps and draw a line between the NATO headquarters near the Brussels airport and heart of EU near Schuman, then it's a little bit more than 4 kilometers, actually. However, it took some crisis, sometimes thousands of kilometers away to change the mood and to make those both organizations understand that it's not a question anymore, NATO or the EU. The answer is NATO and EU. The reason being, we are talking about the same set of citizens, same set of security needs, same set of resources, same set of forces from a military perspective, and last but not least, same set of values. Values sometimes, in politics, shallow, but it's something which still counts. It's about freedom, it's about democracy, it's about justice, and these are values that both organizations and members and allies alike share. So currently, from a practical perspective, we are now in a stage of reset. So the joint declaration, which was mentioned by Urmas Paet earlier, is kind of a new starting point, a square one we have reached. It was signed at verges of Warsaw summit back in July 2016. It was signed by President Tusk, by President Juncker from the European Union side, and by Secretary General Stoltenberg from NATO side. You say, but nothing special, but it is special. It's a precedent. This has not been done before, and it took some political courage and some speed walking actually to get there, and especially President Tusk's and his team was very, very active in that part. Now, the second thing is that cooperation has moved on from words to paper and deeds. Well, this joint declaration was followed up by a set of proposals which was jointly adopted on this very same day, on December 6, 2016, by both the EU and NATO. Again, you say it's just a document, it's like six pages long, you can download it on internet if you Google it, but it's a precedent. It hasn't been done before, and now we have a document which describes 7 set of areas where EU and NATO cooperate. Just to mention them briefly, it's hybrid threats, it's operational cooperation, especially maritime, cyber, capabilities, industry, exercises, and partners. So we have 7 very clear strands of work, and these are divided into 42 proposals. Currently, they are most about information sharing, trust, etc. Well, ambition is not too high, but the first step has been set, and this is a game changer. Well, each member state and allies have their favorite area. From an Estonian perspective, we see very much potential in exercises. The idea is to speed up decision making, both in the EU and also EU versus NATO. As I mentioned, both organizations operate in the same security environment. It's not different. Now, the need, especially for small member states and allies, is that if something happens, if there is a need, that both organizations know how to communicate with each other, know what each other is doing, and also coordinate their steps accordingly. And currently we are in the process that in fall 2017, we will have the first ever, it's called parallel and coordinated exercises. That's kind of a bureaucratic talk, so it's not the same, but we have like one set of exercises which is done in NATO and then accordingly in the EU. They operate on the same geopolitical context, on the same scenario. So the outlook seems pretty positive, but I will also talk about some bottlenecks we have. Clearly, there's a political one. We have one EU member state and one NATO ally, which don't get along so well anymore. That's the Cyprus-Turkey problem, and until this political issue isn't resolved, we won't see full-fledged cooperation between EU and NATO. There will always be kind of a burden. Second is sustainability. The relationship between the current Secretary General and High Representative is good, especially if you compare it to the previous two set. But people change. People change, and you cannot be sure about what happened next. Politics is always like tectonic plates which are moving, and you cannot take things for granted. The second layer is a bureaucracy. So the bureaucracy of NATO and the EU, they really haven't been used to cooperating with each other. It's about regular interaction. It's about picking up the phone and calling each other. This is changing currently, but we really hope that this is something which remains sustainable. And thirdly, there needs to be a constant review about what we're doing. So this first set with 7 cooperation areas and 42 proposals, they need to be reviewed constantly. See what is working, what is not working, what should be added, what should be taken out of the list. A third issue is information sharing, something which seems to be easy, but it's actually not. It's often about trust. It's something which actually we member states and allies in NATO context should be looking into, because often information comes from the countries. So in the EU context, EU has intelligence division, but it doesn't gather intelligence on its own, but it relies on the intelligence it gets from the member states. Now the member states can kind of deny them information. They can say that some information is fed into the NATO system and some is not fed into the EU system. So this is about trust. And there's lots to be done, and also there are technical issues. So sharing between NATO and the EU, there are some technical burdens. And fourthly, yesterday was the day when Brexit was officially started. Maybe this is something which is not actually a bottleneck, but maybe an opportunity. We don't know how the relation between the EU and the United Kingdom will evolve post 2019. But maybe the United Kingdom will put more emphasis on EU-NATO cooperation. Who knows? We hope so. So the outlook is actually quite good, quite positive. In June, we will have a first review of the 42 proposals. It will be both from NATO side and from the EU side. And in December 2017, the proposals will be reviewed. So you can feed in new ideas and something will maybe drop out of the list. But definitely, this is a hot topic. And if some of you are looking for, I don't know, research ideas or fresh ideas, then this is definitely the way to go to.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. And now the word goes to Uwe.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank the organizers for inviting me to this interesting gathering. I'm really curious concerning the debate we will have. I shall first thank Urmas Paet, who has given a really good overview about what is discussed in Brussels, in the Parliament especially, but by and large, I could only complement that with a couple of points. And then I think you, Thomas, gave a very good insight into the most recent developments. So what I will try to do is to contextualize it a little bit in geopolitics and in history, and then in the end I will go into numbers. The famous 2%, what it will really mean, and then we can discuss a little bit numbers, because I think numbers are problematic and they are an instrument and a tool in political debate. So you may now think you get a German perspective, because I'm German by origin, but I've spent 20 years of my professional life on 3 continents, so I've had the chance to look at the European Union and Germany from the outside. I hope you will realize that it's not so German, my view, as many others may come along with. To start out, Mike has already said that. As outset, the European Union was not conceived to be an international security actor. The European Union was designed to be a peace union after centuries of war in Europe, and that was supposed to be done by economic integration. So the original purpose of the European Union was not to be a global security actor, and that's what we are suffering from until today. So I would dare to say, when you, as Estonia, decided after 1990 and after independence in 91 to join international organizations, you opted for the EU because of democracy, freedom, and prosperity, and you opted for NATO because of security. That was the outset of the whole story. So then, in the early days, when the West still had the illusion that we approached an epoch of the end of history, Fukuyama's famous article, which proved to be totally wrong, nobody cared so much about security any longer. Because in the West, there was a widespread feeling we have definitely won the bloc conflict, and the future is now market economy plus democracy in a package. So what the Eastern Europeans and the Central Europeans got was certainly freedom and democracy, but they got market economy jointly with capitalism. And capitalism is a system which creates winners and losers in transition. So that might be one of the problems we are facing now in some of these states. So the real connection and need to cooperate between NATO and the EU came precisely, as Mike has mentioned, in the end of the 90s. Why in the end of the 90s? Because in the end of the 90s and in the early 2000s, at the turn of the millennium, we had some marking international experiences. There were lessons to draw from the Balkan Wars, the first wars on European soil after Second World War. There were lessons to draw from the Iraq War of George W. Bush and the Americans, who had designed a new security strategy with new concepts never seen before, preemptive as a concept, for example. And we had 9/11. We had international terrorism entering the global scene by the attack on the center, on the Trade Center in New York. So that was the background for NATO and EU moving together. And then you can see it in Saint-Malo, as Mike said, or you can see a formalized NATO-EU cooperation since basically a NATO-EU declaration, a first one in 2002. And that was already the point when there was formulated in 2002 a strategic partnership which didn't really materialize too much, but it was the first step in more cooperation between NATO and EU. And already by then, EU was assured access to NATO capabilities. In other words, if NATO wouldn't use a military capability, EU was entitled to ask for it and use it eventually. And then it became also clear that there was effective mutual consultation, and since 2002, more or less, coherent, transparent, and mutually reinforcing development of military capabilities. All that has not really happened then in the aftermath. Why didn't it happen? It basically didn't happen because of two things. On the one hand, and I'm relating to a document now, when the European Union first adopted a security strategy in 2003, this occurred against the background of two countervailing trends in European politics. Firstly, as I mentioned, the Balkan Wars, 9/11, and the Iraq War already indicated that the peace dividend, which we had expected from the end of the bloc conflict, was not continuing to the extent we had all hoped for. And at the same time, the EU itself, because you joined and the big enlargement was in 2004, at the same time, the EU enlargement was in front of its biggest enlargement ever. And the EU was not only seen as an example of peaceful conflict resolution in a continent driven by centuries of war, but also a uniquely successful model of regional integration and a global actor in foreign and economic policy. This self-confidence in 2003, 2004, at the time of the enlargement, this self-confidence was reflected in the introductory words of the first security strategy, which was by then presented by Javier Solana, the High Representative by then. And under the title, A Secure Europe in a Better World, this document starts, this is a citation, "Europe has never been so prosperous, so secure, nor so free. The violence of the first half of the 20th century has given way to a period of peace and stability unprecedented in European history." That sounds like far, far away if we look at what we have today. So the European Union has come up with a revision of its global strategy in 2016 in the summer, when many of the other things happened, which Thomas has cited. And this document, a decade later, is entitled Shared Vision, Common Action, A Stronger Europe. And this starts with the words, "We need a stronger Europe. This is what our citizens deserve. This is what the wider world expects. We live in times of existential crisis within and beyond the European Union. Our union is under threat. Our European project, which has brought unprecedented peace, prosperity, and democracy, is being questioned." 10 years in between. 10 years in between. So it's a totally different tone in the meantime, than in the early 2000s. And what I will now do is comment very briefly on the very global strategy and the new one, and then give you also an idea of how NATO is mentioned in the strategy, because there is explicit reference to NATO in the new global strategy. So in comparison, to the European Security Strategy of 2003, the new EU global strategy appears more modest in its scope, more clearly aware of the limits of the Union's abilities, and more precise in relation to implementation. You've already mentioned that there are implementation documents which at least give hope that they will eventually be not only on paper. It sets regional priorities in the neighborhood without relinquishing global perspective. It is more strongly rooted in realpolitik and more honest in its specification of interest than the 2003 approach, without in any way calling into question the value orientation, which you already mentioned, Thomas, of European foreign and security policy. And there is a citation from Federica Mogherini saying, "Our interests and values go hand in hand. We have an interest in promoting our values in the world. At the same time, our fundamental values are embedded in interests. Peace, security, prosperity, democracy, and a rules-based order are the vital interests underpinning the EU's external action." So in summary, we can say that this new global strategy the EU has passed last summer is a rather realistic document, and it has now been followed by a so-called winter package of implementation, which contains an implementation plan on security and defense from the European External Action Service. The very commission, Juncker's commission, has come up with a document which is called European Defense Action Plan. And then there is a series of concrete proposals for implementing the goals of the EU-NATO joint declaration adopted in Warsaw in 2016. I will not go into that because Thomas has already done that, but I wanted to give you an idea how in the global strategy NATO is mentioned. So in the new global strategy, under the topic security and defense, it says, while NATO exists to defend its members, most of which are European, from external attack, Europeans must be better equipped, trained and organized to contribute decisively to such collective efforts, as well as to act autonomously if and when necessary. An appropriate level of ambition and strategic autonomy is important for Europe's ability to foster peace, safeguard security within and beyond its borders. And then at a second moment, it says, when it comes to collective defense, NATO remains the primary framework for most member states. At the same time, EU-NATO relations shall not prejudice the security and defense policy of those members which are not in NATO. There are members not in NATO, but in the EU, and the other way around. The EU will therefore deepen cooperation with the North Atlantic Alliance in complementarity, synergy, and full respect for the institutional framework, inclusiveness, and decision-making autonomy of the two. In this context, the EU needs to be strengthened as a security community. European security and defense efforts should enable the EU to act autonomously while also contributing to and undertaking actions in cooperation with NATO. A more credible European defense is essential also for the sake of a healthy transatlantic partnership with the United States. So this is a change, I think, because it stresses clearly how important NATO is, especially in traditional territorial defense, but it also stresses that Europe has to come up with a stronger defense project, a European defense project, because there might be, and there have already been, situations where the US did not step in. And where the US might not be interested in stepping in, neither NATO. This is even the case to some extent with Crimea and eastern Ukraine, which for the US is not in their backyard. I mean, it is a problem, they see it, it's more or less taken up, but it is not really their closest interest. So Europe has to think about what to do if the Americans are no longer willing to come along. And that is what this rather undefined concept of strategic autonomy is about. We will discuss it probably a lot. Okay, to come to an end and maybe to an evaluation, I promised to go a little bit into numbers, and that is defense spending, public expectations. It was already mentioned that there is the expectation that the EU member states should spend 2% of their GDP on defense, and that only few states do so. But before I go into that, I wanted to mention one other aspect. I think it was already mentioned also by Urmas Paet, that is that in the European population there is strong support for more EU, more union in European defense. We have different polls over the years, not recent polls, but polls over the last 10 years show that between 60 and 80% of the citizens in EU member states are in favor of a stronger defense and security cooperation. I think it was already also mentioned by Hannes Hanso. Yeah? This, together with the fact that it is one of the few remaining areas where the EU member states seem to be united, because there is plenty of stuff where they are not united. They are not united on migration. They are not united on the strategy of austerity to solve the euro crisis in the long run. So there's plenty of stuff where they are no longer united, but they are rather united on the question of defense. And now the 2%. This is, in my perception, a totally artificial number, like the 3% of the Maastricht Treaty, which is totally artificial. I mean, there is no research behind it that tells us empirically that it has to be this number. I think we have to look into quality. And at first, the fact is that Europe as a whole is still spending 190 billion euro per year on defense. But it is defending, and this is 3 times of Russia spends, and about 40% of what the US spends. And Europe has 1.5 million people in security services. The Americans have 1.4 million, the Russians 1.2 million. Nevertheless, nobody's afraid of us. Not at all. Why? When we spend so much money, we have so many people in arms, if you want to. That is why, at the end of the day, we are in a situation where every nation state in the European Union still entertains more or less an entire army, which in modern times is simply not possible. A country like Estonia or a country like Slovenia or a country like Ireland can't come up with a full-fledged air force which is up to the standards of international warfare in our days. Simply impossible. So what we have is kind of a relict, a historic relict of national armies, traditions, important thing for national identity, but totally anachronistic. So the question in my perception is not money in absolute terms, but it is obviously money, but it is about smart spending of the money. The money is already spent, but it is spent badly. So it should be spent better in pooling and sharing. It should be spent better in the development of joint capabilities. It should be spent better in mutual information. So there is plenty of space where the money which is already spent could be spent better. Nevertheless, we might need some more money, which is already underway. Somebody said it here already. I think it was, again, Urmas Paet. In last year, in 2016, for the first time in many years, the defense budgets in NATO have risen by 3%. In 2017, this will rise again. But then I will give you another number. Imagine if Germany would fulfill the 2%. At the moment, we spend, I think, 1.4%. If we, or 1.2, I'm not quite sure. So if we would spend 2%, there would be 70 billion euro a year. Would be double of France, double of Britain, 10 million more of Russia. Do the other Europeans want that? Germany in the middle of Europe as the hegemonic economy, the biggest country with the biggest population, yeah? Already for some in a hegemonic position dictating economic rules of the game. And then we spend another 70 billion in armaments, having, together with the Brits who are leaving and the French, the strongest armament industry. I think it's debatable. So the question is not numbers. It's not pure numbers. It's how do you organize smartly in Europe what we already have, and how do you become a lot better in pooling, sharing, joint perspectives, especially also in new fields of action, which is cyber, which is information sharing. We have somebody here from Riga, from a new unit in NATO on information. Such a unit was found in the European Union as well. So there are new threats we have not had before, where we have to produce new capabilities. These are the future important areas where we can already start jointly. And then, for example, a country like Estonia can play a significant role with what you have achieved here in terms of cyber IT knowledge. So you could have a much bigger role than you would be assumed to have by your population or by the hardware you have stationed here. Having said that, I think we have, and with this I will finalize, we have also to see into what has already been done, apart from the numbers. I mean, there are German fighter pilots here in your country, yeah, doing the air policing. I mean, the last Germans that were here in the 40s came with a different intention. Yeah? So if a Polish defense minister, Radek Zagorski, said in 2011 or 12, I would rather have the Germans to be more active than less active, that was something. After the history Germany has with Poland. Yeah? So for me as a German, and there I am a German, I'm a little bit honored that you trust our democracy. I do that also. But I mean, we have to carry these historic packages on and have to deal with it. So my plea would be for more and better spend money in better capabilities between NATO and the EU, and it would also be clearly for complementarity and not for competition. Competition is not the way to deal between the two big organizations. I think there is a good restart with the resolution of Warsaw from last year. And the Brussels institutions that are normally accused for being slow and rather inoperational, they have delivered. I mean, the things are on the table, and now the ball is with the nation states. Now the states have to decide what they want, because the EU is made up of the member states. So the Brussels institutions have concrete proposals to go ahead on the table, and the nation states are now asked to do their share. I'll leave it to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas and Uwe, for excellent setting this stage here for a very excellent debate, I think. Before I leave the word to the floor, though, I would like you to elaborate a little bit more about two aspects of the basics of EU-NATO relationship, because, as you said, things have happened lately in terms of EU-NATO progress, so to speak. But there are some issues that still are there, and I recall from the early 90s, for example, where we had a reactivation of the WEU at the time, which was then kind of absorbed by the EU. The issue then, back in the 90s, was that after the end of the Cold War, now Europe had its chance to do things autonomously. This was the key thing. I mean, you might recall the expression of, I think, the then Luxembourgian foreign minister, that the crisis in former Yugoslavia was the hour of Europe. Europe was supposed to deal with the war that had started in former Yugoslavia. And Europe failed pretty miserably, actually. And NATO took over a few years later, and I wouldn't say that it has solved the situation, but it became better anyway. So what I would like you to start with in terms of basics is the following question. Do we have sort of a division of labor growing here in terms of EU-NATO workings? Because as we noted, the EU has never been a defense actor in its own right. It has a lot of other qualities, though. And can we see a situation where NATO, as the major defense actor, actually can be better because of the workings of the EU in terms of the sets of abilities and capabilities where the EU actually has a great advantage. Money and international development and perhaps security sector reform in other countries and all forms of semi-civilian, semi-military stuff. This would be my first question, but it's directed to both of you actually. So if you will start over, then Thomas might take on.
Yeah. I think this is precisely what we are approaching, a division of labor. Yeah? I think it wouldn't make any sense if Europe would seriously try to duplicate structures NATO already has. But on the other hand, what you've got to see is that in 28 members of NATO, 22 are coming from the European Union. So if the European Union is getting better on security and defense, and I go into the different areas, it's better for NATO. A stronger EU in defense is better for NATO because 22 member states of 28 member states in NATO are EU. So the question of division of labor, I think what is absolutely clear is that classical territorial defense is with NATO, and then we have Article 5, which is also coming from an age where that was perceived as the principal form of conflict, interstate wars. But that's an old concept. Today we have plenty of hybrid threats, hybrid wars, and we have plenty of actors, violent actors, not so much in Europe itself, but also in at the margins. If you look at Eastern Ukraine, it's not state action there, it's so-called separatists. Well, what kind of separatist is that? Yeah? No ideology, arms, we know where it comes from, and so on and so forth. So you have plenty of actors in security questions that are not state. So you need to deal with warlords, with so-called separatists, and that kind of relationship. And in this regard, EU might be further developed than NATO, because NATO has specialized on classical statal conflict. Now, the EU, if it has done any progress over the last 15 years, in my perception, has achieved progress in conflict prevention, in civil conflict solution, and in initiating some more sustainable peace process. Even though I agree completely with you that Yugoslavia was a failure, and Libya was also a total failure. Because in Libya it was not the EU acting, but it was France and Britain acting in the first place. And when they didn't have any missiles any longer, they called the White House and said, do you still have some in stock? So the Europeans had to note and admit that they were not prepared to do an action like that without American help. It was not NATO involved, but it was the US involved. So, yes, division of labor. So what I would foresee is that the EU can contribute with information services, with prediction, with strategic intelligence, with conflict prevention, civil conflict solution, and peace initiatives on the one hand, but this is not all. This is where the EU is probably a little bit better than NATO, but the EU has to keep up after 10 years or 15 years of neglecting totally the hardware side and only promoting the software side. The EU has to make up on the hardware side and really create capabilities that are up to modern conflicts. And then NATO is really up to deal with that.
Yeah. The key word we use is now complementarity, so we don't speak about duplication anymore, it's about complementarity. And like Uwe said, it's about the toolboxes. The EU's toolbox is very wide, and on the military side, shallow, while the NATO's toolbox is narrow but deep in the military realms. And these two fit together. Hybrid threats has been mentioned. The EU has lots of potential here, energy security, connections, gas, electricity lines, think of sanctions. This is done through the EU, not NATO. So The second issue is that the EU, besides EU-NATO cooperation, the EU is also reinventing currently itself in CSDP. You mentioned the global strategy, which brings the EU's attention also to hard security, to military security. And the game changer currently is now the European Commission, which has regained interest in military matters. And the Commission is now putting forward proposals how to make member states cooperate more on military equipment, like joint procurements, capability development. You just have to think of the EU budget. It's the 7-year budget is 1 trillion euros. So this is a pool which hasn't been used so far, zero, nothing. And now the Commission is coming slowly into the game and opening up this pool to military cooperation. Example, there's a talk about the European Defence Fund. It's divided into the research part, which is already actually starting maybe next month. We will see the first batch of 25 million euros per year put into research and development of military capabilities. It's a very tiny amount of money. It's 0.00 something out of the EU budget, but it's a first. So if you ask about the division of labor, I see also potential for hard cooperation actually. Not only EU being the soft Venus and NATO being the hard Mars side, but this is something through capability development. We have spoken today about the EU battle groups. There's some potential to cooperate with NATO rapid forces, but this is a realm which has to be explored more thoroughly first. Also, the Berlin Plus agreement, which allows for the EU to use NATO assets for its operation. Actually, even currently now, one of the EU operations is led by a NATO general. The one in Bosnia, Altea, since 2004. Maybe there is room for a Brussels Plus agreement, which meaning that NATO could use EU assets for its purposes. So the floor is open for new and fresh ideas.
Thanks, Thomas. All these things, though, I mean, I really kind of appreciate what you're saying about the complementarity idea and so on, but as a political scientist, you often tend to explain things that are not working by, looking at power struggles and conflicts in general. This geopolitics, balances of power and so on. And this is the second thing I would like you to develop before we open the floor. Because one of the key things in the 90s was obviously, and of course during the run-up of the Iraq War as well in 2003, that there was an understanding that American and European views and interests were not aligning, and thus the EU needed more what was already then called strategic autonomy and autonomous decision-making, and also in the military field. This leads to, though, or has the potential anyway, to be leading to conflicts. We had the pretty divisive debate of the first half of the 90s, ending in 96 with the so-called European Security and Defense Identity at the Berlin summit of NATO, which was then described as a European kind of defense identity being formed within NATO rather than the EU. And then 2 years later, you had Saint-Malo, and the whole ESDP, CSDP kind of thing was up and running again. So you've had different forms and waves of ambitions of the EU to receive or to get strategic autonomy here. And that has caused problems in Washington and in other capitals as well, London in particular, but that was kind of subdued after the Saint-Malo thing. But I would like you to, if you can, tell us a little bit more about how you see American views on this. Now it's very difficult to see the current administration's policies as it's brand new, and we don't know if they have any developed views still. But could you tell us a little bit more about the EU-US relations in this regard? The US being a very important country in NATO, thus kind of leading, if not deciding, but still leading the discussions there on EU autonomy and so on. So the role of the US in this context is something that you haven't touched on. So please, if you could just a few minutes go on that.
Yeah, on EU-US, I think first we should leave the Trump administration a little bit aside, because we still do not know what their foreign policy agenda is, even though first indications are given. Commitment to NATO rather strong by defense and foreign minister. Trump himself has not really expressed himself so much about it, but I would say we still do not know. But what is important for the relations in NATO and the relation EU-NATO is that also Clinton would have probably been a hawk on the question of the 2%, yeah, because the Americans for quite a while demand that Europe takes on a larger share, not only of responsibility, but also of the costs. Yeah? So this is the thing totally independent from the administration of Donald Trump at the moment. But I think what also has happened, and this is probably where your question leads to, is that the Americans for almost 2 decades, I would say roughly from 1990 to 2000, were against a stronger Europe in defense. They were kind of afraid of duplication of structures. They were not clear about the development of NATO. I mean, you have to take into consideration, again, an historic reminder. When did you enter NATO? In 2004. So in the very 90s, NATO's future was not so clear as it may seem from today's perspective. It was not so clear. So NATO had also its own enlargement. So in this period, the Americans were also not 100% clear where they were heading at. And they were rather skeptical towards more strategic autonomy of the Europeans. This has changed, at least until the Obama administration, and Trump will see. It has changed in the following way. The Americans switched a little bit in their geopolitical perspective to Asia, pivot on Asia, and then countries which have not been so important in the immediate post-Cold War period surfaced as security players. China, India, to some extent Brazil, which is in trouble now. But we have a totally different security environment globally. So that for the Americans, in our perception, Europe still is very important, but it is not as important as it was in times of the Cold War and as it was between 1990 and 2000, roughly. This now might change again, but this is one of the open questions. So to give you a concrete example, we had published together with a think tank from Brussels a report by a task force which was chaired by Javier Solana in 2015 in the summer, which was called More Union European Defense. We presented it here. And with this report, we went to Washington to present it. In Washington, to the American think tank community, security community. And we were invited by Obama's security people to the White House, and they said, no problem, go ahead. Europe should take on more responsibility. So they were totally open for more European responsibility and obviously investment in security, which was a new thing. You would not have found that in 1998 or in 2005.
Yeah, well, being Estonian and from the security community, you definitely are transatlanticist. I mean, it's in your veins. So we shouldn't get jumpy. What's been the message is now from Washington. The new administration is settling in, and links are as strong as they have actually ever been. Now, to bring in the 2% discussion, I mean, it's also about it's not about giving a message to Washington. It's actually about Europe and about Europe's own capability to react to its security environment. And sometimes, like this discussion is led into the wrong direction. That this is about Trump imposing something on Europeans. And if you ask me if Germany should be putting 70 billion euros into defense, then I say yes, please.
We don't even have the procurement structures. We couldn't even spend the money at the moment. We would create first the procurement structures.
Yeah, that's for sure. That from 1.2% to jump to 2%, it's not doable in a year. It's a thing of a decade or more. Otherwise, it would create problems. That's for sure. But it's also about European strategic autonomy, but in a kind of a positive sense. I mean, Europe needs to have the capabilities to act on its own in its neighborhood. And as Libya showed, there are capability gaps which need to be filled up. So you have to remember that 2% is also accompanied by 20%, which means you into major equipment. So, and just to remind you, also the EU community needs to be reminded always that the EU has an investment pledge as well from 2007. It very much centers on collective projects, but it's there, and the 20% is in there, but many European countries have forgotten about it.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. With that, I open the floor, and please go ahead if you have questions. Now, 1, 2, and 3, please. Have we a microphone to the gentleman here in the middle, or? Yeah, we are having a microphone here in the back. And please introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Michael Lambert. I'm the research director of the Think Tank Caucasus Initiative. I would like to go back on the 2% of GDP for Germany. I will be really for it also, simply because Germany today is a great democracy. It's also the most populated area in the European Union. It's also a strong economy. So I would say an example for the rest of the world, and we should mention that. Also, as I'm used to say, it's quite strange to be afraid from an historical perspective of Germany becoming the first power in Europe when you look at France having nukes and at the same time you're not afraid because they had Napoleon. So somehow that would make sense. So then after, when it's come to Germany and spending 2%, I think that it would be an opportunity also for the European Union, simply because Germany is a interconnected army. For example, more budget for Germany would mean more budget directly or indirectly to Eurofighter program, which we need for a 5th generation aircraft. So it would mean more cash somehow for Italy, for Spain, and also for Great Britain. Sad for France, but that's the rule of the game. That would be also an opportunity for Airbus. That would be an opportunity for the European Defense Agency. That would be an opportunity for the new weapons that we're going to have in France, so the H417 or 18. So somehow it's like investing more in Germany is investing more in Europe. So I think that it would be important maybe to mention or what kind of further connection you can have until we have this European army, what kind of other connection you can have between Germany and some other country. If you can speak more about it, thanks.
Okay, yeah, I try to give a quick answer to that. I mean, we've not yet talked about two things. One thing is permanent structured cooperation between individual member states inside the European Union on defense issues, which would mean that you have 3, 4, 5, 6 countries who go ahead in a certain project, and then the others may join or not join. This is a highly controversial concept, I know, especially here in the Baltic states and with Poland, because it might lead, some people are afraid of that, to a 2-speed or a various speed Europe. But there's a different debate. Now about what you have mentioned, investing in Germany would benefit others. I mean, I would by and large go along with it, but the more important thing I think we should look at is that we already have substantial cooperation between armies in Europe. For example, Belgium and the Netherlands have one navy. There's not a Belgian navy and not a Dutch navy. It's one navy. Yeah? Mixed soldiers on the same boats, one navy. The Dutch, you can explain it better, but it's perhaps...
Everything except the soldiers, everything except the crews on the same boat.
Okay, all right, but everything else is integrated. Yeah. Then you have an integration between Germans and Dutch in their tank forces. Yeah? very, very close cooperation. Then there is cooperation between the Danish, the Polish, and the Germans in Stettin at the border. So I will not count the different examples, but there is quite a number of examples where EU countries on the military side already cooperate closely with each other, so that we might have something like a bottom-up approach in uniting European military forces. I also do not believe in a European army in the short run, which means not in the next 3 decades, maybe in 50 years from now. Yeah? This is impossible. But what is certainly possible is if you unify the technical basis. I mean, I wanted to give you an example here. The US has 4 types of naval frigates. The EU has 29. Yeah? The US has 1 type of infantry fighting vehicle. The EU has 19 types of infantry fighting vehicles. 3 types of anti-air missiles in the US, 13 types in Europe. So if you look at that, there is plenty of room, yeah, for coming together. I don't think it can be top-down, because this is really a political problem, and it is a problem with different cultures, different styles, and even different philosophies in the very military. You should respect that. And so the process will be slow, but there is good common ground to get ahead. So that I would say investing in German arms industry would be good for anything else. I doubt it. This is from a very long perspective. When we were with Solana in Madrid and presented this report I mentioned, there were people from the Spanish defense industry, and they said, Javier, if we do what you suggest in your report, we have to close the doors. And then Solana said, well, that might happen, and think about produce something else. But this is a difficult process. In this respect, the EU is slow.
Thanks you. That was really a quick answer, but we have a few other questions there and there. Right. First you.
Yes, thank you. Donatas Rondomanskas, a participant from Lithuania. Your talks about NATO and EU cooperation reminded me of one phrase. In some official document, that phrase was, there will be no unnecessary duplication with NATO. So, and probably it was maybe in council conclusions, I'm not sure. But my questions are, what is the necessary duplication? What EU should duplicate? And in what fields? I would like to direct my question firstly to Mr. Mell, and then others, I would like that others would join. Thank you.
Okay. Thomas?
Yeah, thank you. Well, unnecessary duplication, it's a wording which is used to get all parties actually on board. I mean, the one who belong to NATO and the one who belong to EU especially, because they have the same set of resources. So it's you don't have a NATO budget in Estonia or Lithuania, or you don't have an EU budget as such. So your question is, where is duplication being done? I mean, it's being done for bureaucrats. You have to pay. You have External Action Service. You have a NATO-IS on the other side. You need the decision-making process. You need the structures in need of crisis. You have gadgets. This is more or less like duplicated. You cannot, if you don't have this, then you would have one organization. So you need some sort of duplication there. Operational, on field. To give you an example, in the Mediterranean, you have a EU naval operation Sophia, and then you have a small NATO naval presence there. So this is also, there you have actually resources which is put through both organizations, but which operate in the same area. The same is done in the Aegeus, in the Sea of Aegeus, where you have a Frontex, EU Frontex operation, and then you have a NATO naval force in there. So they are cooperating in the same aerial theater of operation, but still it's the resources kind of match there. So just to give you some examples.
Okay, Thomas. Thank you for that. And the lady over there? Right.
Sorry, yes, right here, actually.
Yeah, second.
I'm going to maybe play the devil's advocate, or at least I want a question from an American perspective. So if you have the coordination and cooperation of EU and NATO, with the US footing so much of the bill, it appears from a US perspective, or could be perceived, that the EU would be a free rider in some respects because of the overwhelming capabilities of NATO. Also, I wanted to ask about this 2% question that you spoke about the quality over the quantity. From the US perspective, especially with Mad Dog Matthias now as Defense Secretary, he perceives and has said numerous times that this concept of war hasn't changed, that there really isn't a postmodern warfare, there's no new epoch of war or generation of warfare. So do you think, or what do you think this contributes or maybe creates difficulties for this idea that, especially from a US kind of capitalist contractual understanding of 2% and the US kind of pushing the agenda of meeting the 2% for all NATO members?
Thank you. Who wants to start? Uwe, right?
I mean, if we would come rapidly to 2%, it would be a big deal for the arms industry. The question if this is necessary, and I don't agree with the State Secretary there. I think security is not only war between countries. Security is a lot more, as we know. I mean, it's not only terrorism. It's what I have mentioned, failed states and different security actors that are not state, but they live from arms that are negotiable. I mean, we shouldn't always talk only about raising defense budgets and developing more modern arms. At the same time, we should think about disarmament talks. I mean, this is totally out of fashion, but it's still as necessary as it was in the 90s. So I think we have to do it at the same time. I mean, we do have to rearrange armament and armaments in relation to the type of different conflicts we have. That's one thing. And the other thing is that we still should think about disarmament. I mean, we had a debate about weapons of mass destruction. The nuclear question is not solved. There are more countries trying to become nuclear powers. So just because the situation is as difficult as it is today, we shouldn't forget about long-term necessities. And I think the perspective from the American minister is only a partial perception of the problem, in my view.
You want to add something there?
Yep. Estonia is fulfilling the 2% criteria. We're now at 2.2. For us, we see it as an international commitment that members have given. And as you said, 22 countries belong to NATO, belong to also the EU. So we see it just as a target which we have committed ourselves to. And this is a question of time. This won't happen in 2018 or 19. This takes time. NATO's also pledge was for 10 years, so 2024 is a target. And as EU presidency is coming up, Estonia is also trying to get the attention of our fellow member states that the resources issue is a vital one, also within the EU.
Okay, now the lady over there.
Hello, my name is Vaida. I'm from Lithuania, political science student. And you talked about financial stuff. Maybe my question will be more linked with ideas and values things. As we know, EU nowadays deals with some kind of crisis, and don't you think that closer collaboration between EU and NATO will open more areas where countries will not find mutual agreement, and it will lead to deeper crisis and, for example, gives a strength and impulse for radical right parties arise with Eurosceptical ideas?
Okay, who's going to take up that? Thomas.
I'm not sure I got the question quite right. Is it about UN-NATO cooperation and how it will influence right-wing ideas in Europe? Well, you're skeptical.
As you mentioned in the beginning of this discussion, for example, Nordic countries have some kind of different understanding about defense policy, and maybe that deeper collaboration between NATO and EU will open more areas where they do not find mutual agreement.
I mean, from a political, like a day-to-day basis, the Nordic countries, which are in the EU but out of NATO, are very much in favor of NATO-EU cooperation. I mean, Sweden and Finland are very strongly for it, especially for Finns. See it in the context of hybrid warfare, the same toolboxes we saw, and they have very strong political support to it. So even if you speak of the true Finns, the Perussuomalaiset, the party, the Finnish party, which is Eurosceptic, the current foreign minister is the party leader, they are actually in favor of it. So they are maybe, things like migration or the euro, where Euroscepticism is actually headed towards. And defense is a matter where we don't see this Euroscepticism taking ground of. Marine Le Pen, maybe, I don't know. So, maybe. But not in the Nordics, at least. Also in Estonia. I mean, we have also here in the very same parliament a party which could be described as Eurosceptic. Then it doesn't find ground in defense policy matters. I don't know if that answered your question.
I see it exactly like Thomas. I think there is no danger that a closer cooperation between NATO and the EU would contribute to rising right-wing populism. On the contrary, I mean, most of the right-wing movements, which are not all the same, obviously, you have to distinguish a lot between them, or amongst them, they are in favor of stronger defense. So that's not the field where they get their voters from. I mean, they get the voters more from people who have been negatively affected by globalization, losers of transition and that kind of stuff, but not defense. I don't see a danger there. So if there would be a closer cooperation between NATO and the EU, even a very close one, wouldn't benefit right-wing voting.
Okay, we have several hands now. I might have lost count, but the gentleman over there, and then we have a lady here, and then the gentleman over there, and we'll take you afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Sebastian Fayok with the German Council on Foreign Relations in Berlin. We have already touched, or you have touched upon the topic that the EU Commission in the past has been very reluctant to use the EU budget for military purposes. But during the keynote, we also heard that we still don't have the defense Schengen. So, and that there would be an option maybe for the EU to create like a huge infrastructure program and also put money to decreasing the administrative hurdles for transporting equipment and personnel, military personnel and equipment throughout Europe. In your opinion, what is the biggest obstacle in achieving a defense Schengen yet? Because we don't have the debate just since yesterday, but we have a very intensive debate about that since 2014 at least. So I would be very interested in your opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Thomas?
Defense in the EU is different from the other areas of cooperation. Firstly, it's intergovernmental, which means policy is created by the capitals. The Commission has a very, very small role so far. And to lower these burdens, like cross-border movement, for example, you need someone from above imposing some rules on the member states. But the member states are really reluctant in this field to give away their powers. Also, defense is, all the decisions are made so you need all have to be in favor of it. If one unanimity, exactly. So we're still quite far away from it. But the defense Schengen itself is an idea definitely worth exploring. But we're at the very, very beginning of this road. There are also legal problems, and there are also infrastructure problems. Thinking of railways, the European gauge ending at the Polish-Lithuanian border, an issue.
Yeah, I agree to Thomas, but I mean to put it to make it short and rough. Yeah, no tradition, no money by now. Brexit, which means less money. The money has to come from somewhere. Yeah, and a lack of political will. And then you need to bring it through the European Parliament. And in the European Parliament, Urmas Paet, who's from the European People's Party, which is the big conservative party in the European Parliament, is in favor of using the EU budget for defense purposes. The Social Democrats have not yet made up their mind, but they are rather critical, yeah, because they think the EU budget, as it is now, should be used more for internal stuff, which is, I don't know, I mean, social policy, economics policy, investment, solution of long-term solution of the euro crisis, and that kind of stuff. It's lack of political will, and the construction of the budget is not yet as such that it is easy to be opened for defense matters. It could be opened, the regional funds and the structural funds, for infrastructure investment, which could indirectly or even directly benefit military by creating infrastructure to move and that kind of stuff. But this is not, it was not made for that. It's going to take some time. But in the European Parliament, what you see is really that that was hardly discussed at all until a year ago. And in the meantime, it's one of the priority issues discussed in all the important parliamentary groups.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Haizan, and I'm a student in Tallinn University. And I'm going to change the topic a little bit away from the budget. I'm more interested in the issue of trust. Mr. Mell talked about it. And my concern is that how can we build more trust between European Union states, the ones that are in NATO and the ones that are not? How can we share together information when it comes to cyberspace, security, anything that migration, immigration, terrorism right now happening? I mean, if you recently look at what happened in London, I mean, these issues, I want you, if you can possibly talk about more about that. What are you thinking about it? Is there really a big issue? Are the states not sharing enough information between them when it comes to EU or NATO? If you can please give us some insight on that. Thank you.
Okay, should you start, Thomas? You brought up the topic.
Well, trust is a key issue here. I mean, it's the ones who share information. They need to know that this information is not mishandled, that it doesn't get into the wrong hands, that it is not somehow negatively put in a negative context. And this needs time. These flows of information, they build up over time. And we are at the very, very beginning of this, in the context at least of EU-NATO cooperation. So from a technical perspective, so member states, if they share information, they put signs on it, telling that if it's releasable either to the EU or NATO. So this is something, their trust is a key, and has to be built up over time.
Okay, thank you. Take the gentleman there.
Thank you. I would like to come back for a second to the...
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, excuse me. I'm Commander Engelen of the Belgian military representation to NATO. I would like to come back to the comprehensive approach. And being a military myself, I do realize that when you address a topic like crisis management, the military are not the ultimate solution. Generally, we're sent in because we are the only ones who can go in a dangerous place. And if we build bridges or if we do other things, it's generally because we are the only people who are present and who are capable of operating in a non-permissive environment. But I want to react to the free ride that Europeans would take on the American budget. Globally, we're trying to project stability. And this you do partially with military means, but mainly with non-military means. knowing that the EU is the single biggest spender in cooperation and in society building, in crisis management, instead of thinking about 2% GDP for military, how about thinking about 3 or 4% for stability projection, and then rebalance and see where it brings. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do an effort on the military side, which we definitely need to do. But I would like to have your view on this 4% for stability projection rather than 2% for GDP for military spending. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I take that on first. I mean, it really corresponds a lot with our view on the problems, because we think security. We have a different security concept today, more of a human security concept, which is not only protection of borders and the classical security conception. So I would say, for example, what the EU is investing in crisis management, in development projects, is contributing to stability and to security. Now, I think Germany as a country, for example, would probably not have a big problem to go along with a proposal like this, but then we still would have the debate about what is the share of soft power and what is the share of hard power inside such a conception. And that might be one of the future debates we will have with the Trump administration, because the Trump administration has cut the State Department's budget by 30%, is cutting US aid rapidly, has given an order that there will be no more gender programs supported, no more climate projects supported. This, the climate thing, for example, in our perception, would be also security in the long run, because some or many of the conflicts we may have in the future might be initiated by climate problems or by conflicts about global commons like water. I mean, in the Middle East, we might very well have conflicts, military conflicts about water and that kind of stuff. So I would say I would very much go along with a proposal like this, as long as we then have an internal debate about the different share and the security perception. One word as to trust, quick word. I think you got a real point there when you asked for what about trust in political relations. Because trust, to some extent, is a political currency. And that is also where personalities come in. Because we have these famous personalities in recent history. Helmut Kohl and Mitterrand. Yeah? And then you had Thatcher and Reagan. Yeah? So there is something, even in high up-top politics, that politicians are humans and they have to understand each other. So we still have to wait who trusts Mr. Trump. No, I mean, this is not, I'm not saying it to blackmail anybody, but I mean, it is, you need to have a counterpart you trust in. And if you can't trust in him, it is difficult to believe in what you have negotiated. So I think up to now, the EU is rather good at that, because the EU is it's a voluntary thing. I mean, none of the countries that entered the EU in the different enlargement moves did it by force. They all wanted to join. They wanted to join for different reasons. The Greek and the Portuguese and the Spanish didn't want to enter for, they entered coming out of a dictatorship because they wanted democracy and freedom. I think the latest enlargement, Central and Eastern Europe by and large, was largely also for economic reasons, because there was an expectation of prosperity plus freedom and democracy. So I think trust is a currency in the European Union. What we have to look at the moment is that we don't have block building in the European Union. That suddenly you have the founding member states who cling together somehow, and then you have Visegrad, which comes up with one position, and then you might have another group. This is not healthy. It might be something you cannot avoid, but it shouldn't be the perspective. And I would say, by and large, EU leaders know each other in the meantime quite well because they meet so often, because there are so many crises, and trust is a currency.
Okay, we had several hands over here. I suggest that we take all questions in a row from you three people there, and then we have a final kind of round of answers from the panelists. Thank you.
Philip from the Swedish Defence College. My question is in regards to Turkey and the EU. Relations between the EU and Turkey has been deteriorating and might continue to do so. The relations between the two and its current state, might that hinder the deepened cooperation between EU and NATO?
Hello, my name is Marcia. I'm from the Netherlands. I have two questions. The first one is regarding the EU 2016 global strategy. And I had the feeling from what was just said that there are two different directions the EU is wanting to go. The first one is an autonomous part where it would foster, it wants to foster and promote peace. And that would be more in lines with, I would say, from the top of my head, the UN. And more, the second part would be more cooperation with NATO in what you named as being territorial defense. And the question here is that separation a good thing? Is this positive, or is this then some other way of duplication? The second point is concerning smart spending. What comes on the top of my mind is saying specialization. Is that an option? And what do you think of that? That does include trust then, in what we discussed in fully trusting if certain countries specialize in certain areas. Is that feasible, and is that maybe a way forward?
Hi, I'm Jake, and I'm an MA student from the UK. Most of my question was regarding Turkey has been asked, but it was also looking at whether Turkey's involvement with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is a signal that they are moving away from the EU and NATO.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with Thomas.
The question on EU-Turkey relations. As I said earlier, that with one EU member state and one NATO ally being not on the best terms, until the Cyprus question is actually resolved, and full-fledged EU-NATO cooperation is probably not possible. There will always be either on one side or the other side some, hesitations, I would put mildly. What I see, I'm more acquainted with the EU side is that the countries which are in EU but not in NATO, there are 6 of them, they have been now quite accustomed actually to EU-NATO cooperation. Only 2 years ago, it was actually hard even to get into documents, into like implementation plans, a separate passage on EU-NATO cooperation. You always had to kind of soften it with EU-UN cooperation, also great stuff, but always you had African Union, you had to add it. I think the Turkey question will remain, but from an EU perspective, I think migration is a realm, also the visa question, political question about human values in Turkey is something which is rather more actual and on the table. On the global strategy, strategic autonomy and cooperation with the UN, I think this is actually in the genetics of EU defense policy. I mean, EU defense policy has been always on the military side, out-of-area policy. It comes from the EU treaty. When we talk about the EU battle groups, this is always an instrument which is deployable outside of the area. So what the EU has been doing since 2003, when the first military operation was started, is always conflict resolutions, mostly in Africa. So this is something which is definitely still there and still going on. The EU is very much the UN is very much interested actually in the EU battle groups, because the UN has a lack of rapid reaction capacity. Their operations tend to be much bigger, 10,000 plus usually from various countries, faraway countries, while it usually takes up, I don't know, 6 months to set up a UN operation, while the EU battle groups are actually deployable in 21 days. We spoke about the problems that the battle group hasn't been sent out. It's it's a question of political will. It's also a question of financing. The problem is there at member states who participate in the particular battle group are usually 2 to 7. They have to pay more or less for the whole deployment. So that makes it harder. But the EU-UN connection is definitely there and will go on. Well, cooperation with EU with NATO is actually, I don't see that it's contradictory, because this is also about capabilities. This is about the European countries having the necessary military means. They have a single set of forces. So each member state, if they build up their capacities, they don't say that this is a unit which is only usable in the EU context, or this is only usable in the NATO context. So I didn't see the contradiction there. On the Shanghai question, I'm not sure I can comment on this one.
Okay, Uwe, summing it up for a maximum of like 1 minute.
Yeah, the question smart spending from the lady from the Netherlands, specialization. I think that's the way we have to go, but it depends on trust. I mean, imagine Wilders would have won the election in the Netherlands. What about the German-Dutch defense cooperation I've mentioned? I don't know. So I think it's a matter of trust, but specialization will be the future of European defense, in my opinion. Then the other point, you also really got the crucial point. I mean, in the EU global strategy, they try to bridge hard and soft power. Yeah? And the UN link you have made, yeah, is what the EU wants to do eventually. But then the battle groups have to work. So we have to do our homework first, and then it can be more active in UN missions and stuff like that. But that's the contradiction which has to be discussed over time in the EU. Last but not least, Turkey. I think the relationship EU-Turkey at the moment is at the brink of rupture, because if Erdogan really goes for a second referendum concerning EU membership, we don't know what the outcome is. In my perception, the problem with Turkey is the president itself. Because in his first 5 years, he provided the country with a smart economic strategy and really put it on development track and really was moving in a very interesting way ahead, not so ideological as it seems now, but in the meantime, he's not a reliable partner for anybody. I mean, look at the relationship to Russia. Yeah? First you had the incident, yeah, and Putin said no more tourists to Turkey. Yeah? Now they love each other again, all Russian tourists to Turkey. So if they opt for the Shanghai group, it's, in my opinion, pure opportunism. Yeah? The Chinese might take it up because they are smart and have long-term perspectives. If Erdogan is a reliable partner or a more reliable partner for China than for the EU, I doubt it.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas and Uwe, for excellent interventions. And please join me in a big hand of applause for the panel.
And we'll have a half-hour break now that there's some sandwiches in the hall. Enjoy. Okay, great, let's begin. Welcome back from our fantastically beautiful break. We're about to begin the second panel, this time on military cooperation between NATO and the EU. We've already talked in broader terms about what some of these areas are. We have 3 fantastic military panelists, plus, of course, our Turkish civilian, who will be discussing exactly how these things work in practice and how they might work in the future. By day, he's a Deputy Director of the Policy Planning Division at the Ministry of Defense, but by tonight, you can call him Mr. Secretary General of NATO. Please welcome Marko Koplima and the second panel.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Yes, I'm Marko Koplima, and in this panel, I really seem to be the token civilian, which is not bad. I think it's bodes for a very interesting discussion. As the European Union celebrated its anniversary last week, the 60th, and NATO will celebrate the 70th anniversary in 2 years' time. these two organizations have been in Europe with different functions for almost 2 generations now. And so in this panel, we have Commander Kurt Engelen from the Belgian military representation to NATO, who will talk about more the strategic conceptual framework of NATO-EU military cooperation and what the current situation in essence is. Colonel Riho Rõngalep from the Estonian military, Estonian representation to NATO will talk about a little bit about the historical background, how we reached this situation and current form of NATO military cooperation. And finally, our guest from, in essence, over the Atlantic, Lieutenant Colonel John Frick, who actually works now in the NATO command structure in Europe, but has very valuable on-the-ground experience working in close quarters with NATO and EU, and we'll talk about more on the operational tactical level cooperation that is actually happening very often between the two organizations, and how this has how the cooperation on a lower level has been going on at least since the 2000s. I will not talk for much longer because I think you're more interested in listening to the practical knowledge. And after the short after their introductions, there's always time for Q&A, so keep your minds ready for that. So without further ado, Commander.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers for having me for the fourth time here in Tallinn. We've spoken this morning a lot about NATO-EU cooperation. The first thing that we need to keep in mind is that NATO and EU are not autonomous actors. They don't live a life of their own. NATO is 28 countries, soon 29. The EU is 28 countries, soon 27. And everything which NATO does is the will of the allies, and everything which the EU does, especially in its common foreign and security policy, and then in the domain of common security and defense policy, is in fact the decision of all the member states. So these are not two people talking to each other. These are a set of countries that gather in a political environment to make decisions together. And then you look at the cooperation between these two organizations. But as I said, they're made of members and allies. So when we speak about cooperation between NATO and EU, it is as much important to speak about cooperation between NATO countries and EU countries. And of course, for 22 of them, it's just crossing the corridor and walking into the other office where it says EU and the other one says NATO. And in some cases, the military representatives to NATO are even dual-headed and are also the military representatives to the EU. It comes down then to see how you cooperate with countries that are in the other institution and not in your own. And I believe that this cooperation is even more important than the institutional cooperation, and I will come back to that why. When we look at NATO, there's 7 countries that have offices in NATO. We call them the 7 non-NATO nations. And there are Finland, Sweden, Austria, Switzerland, Ireland, New Zealand, and Australia. What do they have in common is that these 7 countries have the highest agreement of security with NATO. That means that they can access information up to secret level, and they can almost participate in whatever NATO does. Just to give you an idea, an operation of NATO like KFOR in Kosovo, deputy commander of the operation is an Austrian, not a NATO country. The operations officer at SHAPE for KFOR is Swiss, not a NATO country. And we cooperate with them, and we cooperate quite well with them. When we play exercises, crisis management exercises, in every single crisis management exercise since 2003, I believe Finland and Sweden have been operational partners in the exercise. That means that if something would develop in the Baltics, they would definitely be on the same side than NATO. Now, in order to be able to do that, you need interoperability. And these 7 countries that I just mentioned form the PIAC, the Partnership Interoperability Advocacy Group. And they give partner perspectives to NATO on issues of cooperation with non-NATO nations. They also provide staff officers for the NATO in the NATO command structure and at NATO headquarters. So if you walk in the corridors at NATO, even in the international military staff, you will run into Swedish, Finnish, and Austrian officers who are doing exactly the same job as the one done by NATO officers. When it comes to everyday work, NATO, Finland, and Sweden share intelligence and imagery for the Baltic, and every believe it's every 6 months there is a meeting where we see how we can enhance the cooperation to have a common recognized maritime picture in the Baltic. These countries work with NATO standards. They use NATO doctrines. They use the same operational language, and we know in advance from each other who uses what radio frequencies. So we are totally interoperable. The other thing is we see the NATO and the EU as blocks that can deploy forces. And actually, neither NATO nor the EU have their own forces. The forces belong to the nations. What the institutions have are C2 structures, command and control structures, that allow them to use these structures to lead an operation, to command an operation, to plan for an operation, to do the mission reviews of the operation, but they do not supply the forces. So if you have 2 sets of C2, well, that's not a luxury, because you are usually running more than 2 operations at the same time. So who is going to be deployed within NATO, or who is going to be deployed in an EU operation, in fact, is pretty much irrelevant. Because in most EU operations, you will have non-EU countries contributing. Turkey is contributing with an infantry company in U4. We have an Austrian company in KFOR. So at the end of the day, when it comes to cooperating with under military, this is not a problem. And sometimes politicians should think about that the military cooperation is not the issue. The political will to make the military cooperate is the issue. And taking the example of the European Union,
when Jean-Claude Juncker was speaking about his European army, I told him, I say, you're dreaming of a bigger car, but you don't have a driving license. First get your driving license, and then start thinking about what kind of car you want to use. The driving license here is in fact the process of political decision making to engage your forces. In NATO, all the embassies are located in a single building. We can call meetings with a 2 hours notice, and in case of emergency with a 20 minutes notice. And in NATO, because from the beginning we understood the sense of urgency, decisions made by ambassadors in the North Atlantic Council are binding for their countries. That means that at the table a decision can be made. When you go to the EU, you would have the Political and Security Committee who would have to prepare the file for the COREPER, and the COREPER would still need to wait for a Council of Ministers to be able to make a decision. So then coming to military. Why military to military? From the beginning, in 2003, when we designed the Berlin Plus arrangements, and by the way, this is nothing like a treaty or not even a document which where there's two people signing on behalf of their it's simply an exchange of letters on procedures. So this comprehensive framework for cooperation, for NATO-EU cooperation in crisis management, is in fact no more than a set of documents setting out a number of procedures. And because NATO was only doing the military, whereas the EU had a comprehensive approach and had civilian, police and military, Berlin Plus focused on military to military. Instead, it could have been smarter to realize that NATO-EU cooperation with military to comprehensive would have been much more effective, because generally when military have to deploy, they are not able to solve the problem. At best, they can create a safe and secure environment for other people to do the job. But military have never been able to reconstruct a country after a war. So this is where we need to understand that the best cooperation that we could have between NATO and EU is to use the C2 structures of NATO for military operations, which they can do and which they are effective at, then create a safe and secure environment, and then allow for EU players to come in with civilian sets of experts to do the job to reconstruct the countries. This would be the real cooperation. The last point I want to touch on is Cyprus. Cyprus has been a pain since the beginning, and here I will say very clearly that the fault of the failure lies entirely with the Europeans. When the Western European Union was terminated and that these structures were integrated in the EU, the two countries that were NATO countries and that were not EU countries that had an observer or an associate member status in the Western European Union, Norway and Turkey, were promised to get similar positions in the EU structures. Norway received it almost immediately in 2004. By the time Turkey, who was promised the same in exchange, by the way, to agree to let EU use NATO common assets and capabilities, by that time Cyprus had become a member, and it has been blocked. So when we believe today that in its relations with the EU, Turkey is blackmailing the EU, that is absolutely not true. Turkey has simply been misled by the EU a number of times, and is now playing hard because it has seen in the past that whenever it delivers before getting its part, it is not coming back. Cyprus might come to a solution within the next few months now. and that we could make an entire conference about Cyprus. This is not going to change fundamentally the relations between EU and NATO, because we have two organizations with a totally different culture, with different objectives, and we will need to solve other issues before we can think of real cooperation, and I will stop at this point.
I just wanted to say thank you straight away, and to mention that for me as a civil servant, it's very good sometimes to hear very strong opinions, which you don't get so often in the government positions. And I hope that livens up the debate as well. But Riho?
Thank you, Marco, and good afternoon for you all. I would like pretty much in the same vein that Kurt here stopped, touching some of the issues a little bit more deeper than he did. I, by the way, was, I think, the first Estonian officer sit at the Western European Union, and worst and the only one from years 96 to 99, when Estonia had observer status. So I'm a little bit speaking about my own experience. I have a perception of the European Union as a strong economic engine. My perception of NATO is that it is a very strong military engine. And looking to the recent sort of history, the past successes, this perception seems to hold true. The problem seems to be that these organizations by themselves, as a collectives, does not seem to understand that. They always want to wander to the turf of other organizations. The NATO has tried to wander into the realm of the building up civil society security structures in Afghanistan. Not very successfully, I have to admit. The EU is sort of always ambitious to conduct their own exercises, their own operations. However, even when the French deployed their troops in Mali or in Central African Republic, they went for the US asking strategic lift, air-to-air refueling, and the example of the Libya was brought up already earlier. So when Europe is speaking about ambition to do their own defense, military defense, or undertake their own military operations, it seems that they don't understand, they don't have assets for these operations. They need to go somewhere to get them. And one other point, US has been trying to use NATO for its own endeavors all over the globe sometimes. Not very aggressively, but just making the point, hey, guys, it would make much easier if you would come along us and make this a NATO operation, NATO engagement. Europeans have 99% cases said, no, we will not do it yourself, make a sort of, make a coalition of willing conductors. It's none of our business. It's not a core task of NATO. From another perspective, I haven't heard from any US senior officer or official that they would oppose if some European nation would come forward, say, okay, this is our problem, we leave you aside, but we will use NATO name to conduct an operation for the support of European Union. This hasn't been tried, and I guess that the US would have nothing against it. So, just a small challenge to my neighbor. So, in the beginning of the millennium, when the Western European Union was going to transform into the ESDP and later the CSDP, we actually had a very promising start of this kind of seamless complementarity between the NATO and EU, what we are sort of trying to revitalize today. The NATO actually handed over to EU very successfully 2 of its operations. One was to become EU Operation Concordia in former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia in 2003. That transformed from NATO Allied Harmony And by the end of 2003, it was transferred to EU police mission. So very nice, smooth ride. The second one was EUFOR Althea, which was also born a little bit later in 2004 out from NATO operation called SFOR in Bosnia-Herzegovina. So essentially these operations by their nature were very suitable for EU to take them over because it was essentially a sort of security task, building up society together with UN, other actors, other soft actors. Now, this happened a few years after transforming Western Military Union into the ESDP and the EEDA. It really seemed as a sort of start for a success story. So, because what better sort of division of labor than NATO to ensure safe and secure environment? Once that done, European Union sort of seamlessly moves in, does the rest of the job with economic, social, governance, and security institutions developments. Now, more than 10 years later, after these two very successful handovers, these operations are still two most successful cases of security-related cooperation between NATO and EU. Sorry. As I said, in 2007, we had a case when the European Union started the EUPOL operation in Afghanistan. Guess what? I happened to be at the NATO HQ participating in this discussion at the time, and a few allies who didn't have transparency of the EU ambitions, plans, were fiercely opposing NATO in any way supporting the European police mission in Afghanistan. There was no official agreement, never, for NATO to support EUPOL. So, I mean the case when European Union didn't hold its promises to Turkey after the closure of Western European Union actually turned the clock back quite many years. Because in what the Western European Union did, it took over the standards from the NATO. It did joint exercises at a certain extent. It sort of planned to plan NATO planning and command capability when necessary would be. And Turkey was associated member of Western European Union, attending most of its meetings at the military level, having full transparency over what Western European Union did, how it used the information that it got from NATO, and Turkey at that time didn't block provision of any information to Western European Union, conducting of any operation with Western European Union. So we have lost this transparency from the EU to certain NATO member state, which is the biggest hindrance of the practical cooperation. And Turkey actually reasonably often brings this point out, saying that, okay, we actually really don't know what the European Union is doing. We need this information. So until we get this information, until we get this transparency, we cannot agree in NATO to support beyond what's Berlin Plus matters. Now, the staffs of the NATO and EU have been working seamlessly together for as many years as these organizations basically have been existed. What the Warsaw Joint Declaration did is this declaration actually officialized this previous informal staff-to-staff cooperation. It didn't introduce any new sort of kind of areas of cooperations really, because the staffs met monthly, quarterly, in different areas, in different fields. But it was meeting of the staffs of these international organizations, not the meeting of these organizations as per se. So there is a difference. And I think it's rather promising that we actually officialized by this declaration the cooperation that was already ongoing informally, but we kind of sort of had a blind eye on that. Turkey accepted it silently. Now the declaration is accepted also at the political level, endorsed by ministers. So we will see where we can go from there. But I don't have my expectations very high until certain political issues are resolved. But I have my expectations high in this field that to cooperate, you not necessarily have to do the things together, but you can do the things in a same continuum, in a sequenced way, sort of minimizing current, maybe politically sensitive cooperation, but nevertheless acting in a same information room, acting in a same activity room, but with very little practical kind of support to each other. It's hard, but that's the only way I can see that NATO and EU can sort of get more trust between each other. There is, of course, a very serious precondition for that both of organizations are to very clearly define what is their nature, what are they able to do, and what are they not able to do. And just honestly say to yourself that, look at the mirror, say, I can do that. Maybe leaving my ego aside, it's better than my friend does other things. Thanks.
Okay. I'll start off with saying everything I say is my own opinion. So just to cover that. I work at NATO, so I'm a NATO officer. I'm even wearing my NATO uniform right now. It's a bit of a joke. There's no such thing as a NATO uniform. We all wear our national uniforms. So Hollywood has that wrong. So there's advantages and disadvantages of going last. A lot of what I was going to say has been said, but also I can dovetail off of what has been said and get to the point and then give you all more time to ask questions, which for me is the more enjoyable part. So I work at NATO Joint Force Command, Brunssum. It is a operational level headquarters. I am a NATO officer. I work in the political advisor's office. But what's interesting is at Joint Force Command Brunssum, we also have Finnish officers and Swedish officers, which of course EU, not NATO. And so but that's most of what I'm going to speak to. I guess take one step back is I'm actually pretty optimistic about NATO, EU cooperation in the military domain. What I have seen and experienced is a great deal of cooperation, even collaboration in some degrees, integration. Part of that, of course, is we have so much in common, besides the 22 common members between the two organizations. We essentially use the same doctrine, same tactics, techniques, procedures. We go to each other's schools. For example, I went to studied in Vienna for a year at the Austrian National Defense Academy. So I learned Austrian doctrine, which is actually looks a lot like NATO. And they actually know NATO doctrine better than I did, even though I'm the NATO member. And that's also been my experiences time and time again, that any time that I've worked with an EU member country, non-NATO, they look the same as NATO at the working level. So what I was going to speak to briefly is some of the experiences I've had on the ground, per se, and essentially highlight or underscore that the tool of cooperation in the military domain is available. It's already ready to be used. It's not something necessarily that has to be worked on. We've been doing it, and we've been doing it successfully. So the first time probably I worked with the EU, our EU member country was in Kosovo, Kosovo 2002, Special Forces team leader, and so it was in the Russian sector actually, but we were coordinating with the Swedes. The Swedes had their own sector north of us. Again, EU country, EU member country, not NATO, even though it is a NATO mission. As you heard earlier, even today, KFOR, or Kosovo Force, is a NATO mission, but a sizable contingent are the Austrians. Vice versa, in Bosnia, a sizable contingent in the EU mission there are the Turks. So you have a lot of blending and a lot of interoperability. Fast forward, so prior to JFC Brunsum, I was working in Bosnia for 2 years with the US Embassy. And there, as you heard, you have EUFOR, European Union Force. They have responsibility for implementing the Dayton Peace Accords, keeping Bosnia and Herzegovina safe and secure. They took over that mission from NATO in 2004. A good deal behind that is because a lot of the focus of some of the main NATO member countries was towards Iraq and Afghanistan. And so NATO or EU stepped up and took responsibility of this mission. It was very much appreciated, and they've done a great job. Being on the ground for 2 years, and working with them, one of the things that I appreciate very much, and you heard earlier in the panel this morning, is that we don't want to compete. There's not enough resources for us to compete. We have to cooperate. One, our taxpayers demand it. They don't want us wasting resources by trying to compete between the two organizations. Second, the two organizations, the militaries are, again, somewhat synonymous. They look pretty much the same in their professionalism and capabilities, et cetera. So that was kind of our mantra, is don't compete. Preferably, let's cooperate, collaborate, and best case scenario, let's even integrate. So I'll give two real-world examples of that. One, so we're all focused on trying to develop the armed forces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, because that's part of the exit strategy. If you have a strong, capable, competent national armed forces, they can enable or accomplish the task of a safe and secure environment, and therefore international forces can withdraw. So we're looking at developing capabilities in the armed forces, and one of the things that between EU, NATO, and the lead NATO member countries there that we agreed on was developing those capabilities that serve the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So one of which was vertical construction engineering. In other words, developing capability where armed forces Bosnia and Herzegovina could repair buildings, even build buildings, such as schools, clinics, etc. So we're trying to figure out how to cooperate on this, and one of the things that we realized is the EUFOR doesn't have the authority or mandate or resources to bring in equipment to give to the Bosnians. I could. I was responsible for the defense cooperation mission between the United States and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So I could bring in the tools that these engineers would use, the stuff as simple as saws, hammers, power tools, etc. But what I could not bring was the know-how for European building techniques, because it's completely different between Europe and America. But that's obviously what the Europeans knew. And so we used U4 engineers specifically from Slovenia and Austria, that they would teach them how to do vertical construction engineering using tools that were donated by the United States, US Embassy. And so that was kind of a hallmark of how we can cooperate. Again, very tactical, very low level, but again, just showing that the mechanisms or just the wherewithal or the interest is there for us to cooperate. No interest in competing. And then fast forward, so we had the floods in 2014 in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, devastating floods, biblical, worst in their history. And it became very, fortunately we already had a good relationship between EU, NATO, and the main NATO member country embassies. And it was like, how do we come in all together to assist in the disaster response and then disaster recovery? And so once more, it was looking to pool our resources, bring it all together. Fortunately, like I said, we had a history of already talking at least once a week, if not daily, and it became a huge success. Now, one of the things we agreed upon is that we really wanted to bolster the Armed Forces BIH, their country, and we all agreed to enable them, or at least have them out front as serving the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina. That it wasn't U4 or wasn't NATO that was saving the day, it was the soldiers of Bosnia and Herzegovina, again, in underscoring the national component. big success. The heroes of the day were the soldiers of Armed Forces BIH. And again, I don't know if that would have been successful and been accomplished if U4, NATO, and the main embassies had not agreed on this strategy, on hey, there's a longer vision here. Instead of each of us getting the glory, what is best for the long-term future of this country is that we prop and bolster the local military forces. So recapping or summing all up, I'm an optimist. I think I've seen it happen. I've seen it be very successful. EU soldiers look the same to me as NATO soldiers. We speak the same language, so to speak, same doctrine. We've worked together successfully, typically minimum egos. For an American, that's a big deal. I'm optimistic that this could be a good vehicle for demonstrating the wherewithal between the two organizations. So that's all I got, and gladly hand over the microphone.
Thank you very much to our panelists. And I really enjoyed the composition of this panel, because if you, we hear news, we hear the stories that go around about EU-NATO cooperation and the difficulties it is having, just to see from very practical examples that a lot is actually going on. We don't see it very highly because the political problems between the two organizations sometimes overcloud it. But on the ground, on a practical level, and in the mindset, in essence, the cooperation is there. It's just when politics comes into play, everything turns to grey. But before, if you allow me, just wanted to maybe pose a question to the panelists as well. Especially Kurt and Riho talked about two examples of how the NATO and EU are doing things overlappingly, not in essence sharing their areas of responsibility, and that causing problems. Kurt talked about the Berlin Plus format that's between Mell and Mell. It's a military and military cooperation, not military and comprehensive approach cooperation. And Riho mentioned an example that I can't remember at the moment. Basically, how the EU and NATO are slowly, sometimes, trying to go into each other's territory. Now, considering that there are over 2/3 of the nations in both the organizations are the same nations, and the nations being the driving force of any decision making, where does this problem come from? That nations that have a big number of nations sharing the seat in two organizations in themselves can't find a way how to understand who does what. So.
Thank you. In fact, when you look at the two organizations, you emulate the problem that you have when you start to look at two countries. It makes it only more complicated when you end up with an asymmetric membership with maybe one or two. We always mention the Turkish Cypriot opposition, but in some organizations you could also mention the French-Polish opposition, which also is an opposition that comes out quite often. Simply because the interests of individual countries are not always the same, and political ambitions of two countries might be very different. So each country will seek to retain its sovereignty in certain domains, and it's very difficult to abandon sovereignty in a domain like hard security. The problem for me is not so much between the two organizations. The problem is between countries within an organization. I will take an example. Why are most of the countries keeping entire sets of armies with air force, with land forces and maritime forces? Well, that is because you use your military as a backup for your foreign policy. Just imagine for a second that we go for full integration, and that, or for a specialization, and that Belgium would say, you know, well, let's recognize it. The Dutch have a bigger navy, and why wouldn't the Dutch just do the navy part and Belgium do the air force part? And then comes the moment when Belgium, for its own political purposes, wants to deploy a frigate, and tells the Dutch, well, now I need a frigate because I have some interests there. And the Dutch said, well, I'm not so much interested in that. So you will want to keep the set of forces for your own purposes. And I believe there's nothing wrong in the EU being able to conduct its own military operations. And actually, if you think about it, the EU has conducted more military operations than NATO. They were smaller, they were generally focused, they had generally what is lacking in NATO operations is a good exit strategy, but most of the time when the EU goes into something, there is an exit strategy and it works. So, and we use the same set of forces, so it all depends on the level of ambition. When it comes to collective self-defense, the magnitude of what you're going to need is probably going to be matched only by a NATO C2 structure. But for any kind of smaller military operation, you do not even need the kind of C2 structure that you have in NATO. You can give that C2 structure to one of the member countries and have liaison officers going there. So the problem is not between the two organizations. The problem is between the members of the two organizations, and what you have as rivalries inside the same organization only become a little bit more complicated when you emulate them to two different organizations.
Thank you for that question. I myself actually have been wondering that democracy, although it's a good form of governance, is not very good form of governance to put in front of you a very long strategic sort of timelines, sort of aims for 20, 30, 40 years. Thereby democracy is kind of jumping from one issue to another, and meaning if we have meetings in different ambassadors formats in NATO and EU, the same country might have a very radically different view in one organization, and the same ambassador or ambassador from the same country will argue on contrary that position that his country's ambassador was expressing in EU, in NATO. That's because in EU the decisions are made based on sort of advice on the social, economic, you name it, fields. In NATO, the decisions are made based on purely security. In NATO, ambassador has two advisors. It's a security policy advisor and the military advisor. And the ambassador makes a sort of decision at the table and statement at the table based on advice of these two persons. Thereby, we might see that there is a rivalism, because the defense or military decisions made based on purely security policy and military issues compared to the same decision made, which takes into account also other dimensions, economic, social, etc., are not necessarily the same. So actually the countries are not coherent in their policies, because that's the weak point of the democracy, which is otherwise very good. Look at the sort of Russia. With their form of governance, they have been very steadily moving into the one direction throughout already 2 decades, almost. Giving proper indications, preparing, waiting, they time out. And I was stricken a few years back when I visited one of the fleet commands back in US, who actually discovered, okay, we seem that Russia is taking up some activities, it was 10 years back, in high north, the channels are opening, but by the way, US doesn't have sufficient number of icebreakers. Come on, we are speaking of the superpower of the world. You should actually be able to predict these problems if you sort of set your strategy right. But at the time I was having that discussion, the proponents or sort of the academics who were arguing that Russia would be a threat, that the high north is a sort of problem for the next decade, were actually sitting in the think tanks, but they were not part of the administration because that was not their time. So now these guys are back in administration, but building an icebreaker takes a long time, even for US. So it doesn't have this kind of continuity, the democracy. What would be good for defense decisions? Sorry about very sort of frank opinion on that.
Nothing wrong with frank opinions. Okay, I think it's time for let you as well ask your questions. Please, if you could, if you propose a question, ask who you would like to answer as well, and where you come from, just for context reasons. So we had a question straight from here.
Hello, my name is Taizan, and because of my questions, I have to say where I'm actually from. I'm from Kurdistan, from Iraq, but I grew up in Finland, and I'm currently studying in Tallinn University. And my question is actually about arming the Kurds, and probably this question will be for you. I want to know about your opinion. Obviously, right now, there's a lot of cooperation. For example, in Finland, they've set a lot of army people to train the Kurds, the Peshmerga, for, against the fight against ISIS. So I want to know, what do you think about it? Do you think we should arm them, maybe physically, or maybe send some soldiers over? Because the fight is not only against the Kurds, it's happening everywhere in Europe as well. So people are concerned. And I was actually just in London when the attack happened, and a day after that when they said that ISIS was behind it. So feel free to answer.
So again,
sorry, I just thought I'd give you a chance to think about and take 3 or 4 questions from the crowd, because then we can answer in blocks, so to say,
okay.
if that's okay. So, yes, the gentleman there. The gentleman with the white shirt there.
So my question is directed towards John. There was a point earlier that you made, and it was saying about the US was pivoting towards Asia. And it sort of links to a point that Kurt made as well, which was the fact that your forces are really to back up your own foreign policy. So do you think that NATO-EU cooperation is really going to support the US in its own foreign policy in Asia? Or do you think that it's distracting from issues in NATO and EU already, such as Russian resurgence?
And we have, let's take one more question from there, and then we can have a round of answers, and then afterwards.
Hello, hi, my name is Carlijn Jans, I'm from the Netherlands, and I have a question to the Estonian colonel. Sorry, your name is very difficult to pronounce. And I realized that I might ask the question to the wrong uniform, but I was at a presentation of a RUSI paper on the North Atlantic, which was a joint research initiative by US researchers, Norwegian and UK researchers on the renewed presence of Russia in the North Atlantic. And it was explained that with the deployment of also new high-tech capabilities in the north by the Russian forces, it could, in its Bastion defense plan, it could potentially close off the Baltic Sea with their renewed capabilities in the Triangle, Greenland, Iceland, Scotland and Norway. And I know that NATO is mainly focusing its efforts in the Baltic states on territorial and also air defense. And I was wondering whether this is a point of concern here in Estonia in terms of sea power and a strategic threat in that sense.
Thank you very much. the last question especially, all very good questions, and the last especially I think is a very important strategic level view on things. But the panelists, John, maybe you can start.
Yeah, okay, so starting off with arming the Kurds. And again, my opinion. Yeah, so I fought with the Kurdish Peshmerga in 2003, and together, we liberated the city of Kirkuk. Some people might have a different use of words, but so I'm very biased towards the Kurds and Peshmerga. What I will say is, that the EU and NATO, or NATO countries and EU countries, have already been supporting the Kurds in their fight against Daesh. They've provided literally tons and tons of ammunition. I experienced this firsthand when I was in, again, my last job in Bosnia. Bosnia-Herzegovina donated about 500 tons of ammunition to the Kurdish Peshmerga in their fight against Daesh. So I think there's common accord to support them in their fight, and that they were, from the initial invasion of Daesh into northern Iraq, one of the more competent military authorities that was present. They acquitted themselves very well and kept Daesh from moving into the northern region and pushing beyond Mosul and not going into Erbil or to Kirkuk. The Peshmerga were critical to that. They've also acknowledged, that there is one national military, though, and the Peshmerga has fallen underneath the Iraqi National Defense Forces. So yes, I agree that we should, and we have been assisting Kurdish Peshmerga in their fight against Daesh. They've done a great job. They were fighting so to some degree, so we don't have to. Of course, it is their own country as well. So it's beyond that. I'll tell you, the Kurds have a huge arsenal of weapons already, and even tanks. And the day after Kirkuk fell in 2003, April 10th, you should have seen all the weapon systems that were being taken up into the hills of what you call Kurdistan. So I don't think they need additional weapons, but that's my opinion. They needed ammunition for sure, and EU and NATO countries provided that and supported with that. And then the other question with regards to so the pivot to Asia and maybe how that affected things, and with regards to NATO-EU cooperation. Yeah, I am an Atlanticist myself. I've dedicated myself to serving in Europe for the U.S. government. The last 20 years, I've lived here for about 10 years. So when I heard about the pivot to Asia, I'm like, that wasn't what I wanted to hear. And we started pulling forces back. We even, the U.S. is a very large bureaucracy, and in some ways it's like a huge ship, and it's hard to change course once a decision's been made. And so even after the annexation of Crimea in 2014, we were still withdrawing forces after that, even a year later, and we're like, knowing that we then are going to have to bring them back. And so in the process of that, the NATO-EU cooperation is going to continue to be pivotal and essential. The U.S. does look worldwide. We have just along a coastline on the Pacific, with the Pacific Ocean, as we do on the Atlantic Ocean. And so that's why we have to look both ways, because commercially, we're doing as much trafficking, with ships, whatnot, going east as west. So we have to look, in national interest, we have to look both left and right. But that doesn't diminish, in my opinion, any amount, the importance of NATO-EU cooperation.
On that last point, just to comment that this would be ideal deal between the one of the largest NATO member states, US, NATO, and the EU, by agreeing that EU could get its access to the NATO instrument without the US involvement or active involvement, if only European interests are on a stake, and EU from her side would support US actions, political, economically, in other regions of the world. that would be a sort of real statesmanship behavior, in my personal opinion. We'll see if we witness that ever. On the high-north Russian capabilities, absolutely, that's very concern, very high up. There are a number of issues. I'm now wandering between the very classified and open sources, so I might stagger a bit. But no, openly, yes. We went first. 2014 happened. We went stormed to east. Then we realized that, oops, something is wrong also in south. Very wrong. We noticed it though before, but then it sort of culminated. And then we now start to sort of, not now, but some time ago, we start to sort of kind of see that, oops, there's a problem there, there's a problem there. And the high north is one of these problems, which is realized by now. The individual member states are taking actions. In example, what I can say from the public sources as well, it has been covered that Russia is very happy about Norway buying 2 frigates with the missile defense capability. That would really significantly undermine the bastion defense you mentioned. But other sort of allied nations are undertaking their own individual actions, and also Alliance is considering this issue. So it's today still a problem, but it's not a sort of problem of first category, I would say so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ironically, I mean, the question was addressed to him, but I spent about 4 months. JFC Brunson was tasked to develop a GRP, Graduated Response Plan, for the gap that you mentioned, the GIOC gap, Greenland, Iceland, UK. That just shows that NATO is taking it very seriously. So it is a plan on how NATO would support and reinforce Norway, Iceland, if there was a threat that materialized in that region. So it's taking it very seriously. It's recognized that this plan is would be a supporting plan to the one for the Baltics. So that's one thing that NATO is doing, and then individual countries, the United States is reinvesting in the infrastructure in Iceland to enable us to position Paet aircraft, which are enable anti-submarine warfare, because it's a huge amount of ocean up there. And so it's to increase the capabilities of monitoring that and ensuring freedom of navigation, freedom of passage.
Thank you. The first question is going to be very easy. Should we help and arm the Kurdish Peshmerga? That is an absolute yes, no doubt. The thing is that it's much easier to do so nationally than through international organizations. It's very difficult when you have 28 nations to agree on what level or what you can do to help a country. And the same happens, for instance, with Ukraine. NATO is supporting Ukraine, but NATO, for instance, could not make a political decision to arm Ukraine. This is something that individual countries should do. And individual countries or individuals. I participated personally with my own money in a Ukrainian trust fund to arm the Ukrainian army because I believed in it. And countries can decide to provide arms to groups or to other countries. It's very difficult to do that in the framework of an institution. Second, US pivot to Asia. I believe there Europe is putting its head in the sand. And we should be very happy that the US is actually tackling the issue, because we have a serious issue in the Pacific. When we speak about freedom of navigation in the South China Sea, for instance, we must realize as Europeans that more than 80% of what we consume comes from Asia via the sea, and that maintaining a rule-based law order and freedom of navigation as
as in the United Nations Conventions for the Law of the Sea, is absolutely crucial also for the sustainability of our own economies. We should be very careful and be very attentive at the attitude of a country like China in the region. When we speak about hybrid warfare, here in Europe we have the impression that hybrid warfare is a Russian invention. It is actually not. It dates back to the late 90s. It is a Chinese war doctrine. It's called unrestricted warfare, and the subtitle of that doctrine is how technologically inferior countries can defeat great countries by using non-military means. And that's a Chinese war doctrine in the first place that Gerasimov in Russia knew well, and it has been recycled as being a Russian doctrine. So we should look at what happens in Asia, and we should be very careful, because when we speak about non-military means in warfare, this is what China is doing worldwide. When China takes control of 50% of the shares of an energy company somewhere, when China buys a port somewhere, when China buys an airline or an airport somewhere, it is actually bringing in its influence, soft power. So what can we do to counter that? The advantage that we retain is our capacity of innovation. There's a difference between development and innovation. So what we should do is make sure that in very sensitive areas we deny access to innovation to people who we know will use that innovation against us. I will finish with the question about the North Atlantic. In one question, you actually tackled three different points: the High North, the North Atlantic, and then freedom of navigation in the Baltic Sea. These are actually three different but linked subjects. The High North, for a number of reasons, is gaining in strategic importance. The melting ice cap is going to free two new shipping routes, which will have a huge geopolitical influence. And to be able to control these shipping routes is going to be another point of this exactly same hybrid warfare. If you can control economic routes, and if you can decide which ships can use them, which ships will not get a license to use them, if you can close a shipping route, like you can close the tap of a gas supply, this gives you leverage that you can use in a comprehensive warfare scenario. The North Atlantic, the increased presence of Russia in the North Atlantic, absolutely. And here I come again back to my comprehensive warfare. When you see that Russia is developing its capacity of scientific research in the North Atlantic, well, for Russia there's absolutely no difference between scientific research and military. And if that scientific research ship is capable of going with a drone on the seabed to cut a communication cable that assures the communication between the continent and America, then they can use that for military purposes. And we should be concerned about it. And when we say that we need more submarines, it is not because we want more toys to play. It is because this is a threat and that it needs to be addressed. The Baltic Sea is a matter of A2AD, anti-access and area denial. And Russia is trying all along its contact line with NATO to build A2AD bubbles to create a buffer where they can, in fact, protect themselves from external aggression. Now, in a Russian way of thinking, that risk of aggression is real. It's not they're not trying to fool us, or they're not trying to lie to us. They're political realists, and in political realism, the first thing you do is defend your state against external threats. And their perception that NATO is moving, it is their perception. We can counter-argue. But their perception is real, and they defend themselves by this. Now, A2AD, it doesn't mean that we cannot go in there. It means that it will take us longer to destroy it. But we need to have in our doctrine a capacity, and we need to have a possibility to address A2AD as it comes, and nothing prevents us from installing A2AD ourselves.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of interest. I like that. Yes.
Well, hello. My name is Kaarel Kulam. I'm from Tartu University, and I would like to have a question about Kurds, arming them. And if we are arming Kurds, and after the conflict, could there be, if they want to have some kind of independence, will the Western countries support that? Even though we know that a lot of them live in the Turkish area, and that could be some kind of problem. And what would happen then? Will we support them then, or we will just leave them then with their guns?
Let's do it the same way as we did last time. A few questions and then answers. And yes, the gentleman.
My name is Zhang Dinze, and I'm from China, and I have some comments as well as a question. Leave to whoever would like to interested to answer. The comment is that you mentioned the doctrine which from China actually was from 3,000 years ago, and that doctrine is emphasized for soft power, which said, well, but how is that to about the military? Is that doctrine is basically by attracting other people to recognize your culture and to identify other people's culture, then to solve the problems, then become a part of your. Probably your territory, probably you're recognized a kind of aliens. So that is the doctrine we come from. So, it's a very interesting experiment between people, is that when you, that's what we done a year ago, is that the first question is asked the people who sit beside you from different countries, is that, could you find the three most important comments between the people? We took around 2 minutes. And then the other question is that you find three most significant differences between those people. Then we took 10 minutes, then we still don't understand what real differences are. So, talking about the relationship between China and Europe and NATO especially, I just wonder if there is a lot of comments between China and Europe and NATO. The first that comes to my mind is the terrorism. That is not faced by NATO. It's faced by Asia, faced by China, and still a lot of problems happen in China as well. The second is that you mentioned the free navigation. Actually, but what I emphasize is it's still not a problem. I mean, you might say it is a problem in the military perspective, but it is definitely not a problem in the commercial perspective, in the civil perspective, especially if you want to sell the goods to China, that's good. Chinese want to sell goods to all around the world, that's perfect. So everyone likes that. My question is that it leaves to open. Well, before 1989, I can see that we have a good relationship with Europe, and we have still, especially in terms regarding the military cooperation, Europe sell the weapons to China, and China, and after that time, and of course they have a intense relationship. But now I think, whether do you think is a possibility for revive or revigorate such kind of relationship with China, and to find more commons rather than place China as an enemy that wouldn't seems more make sense for me, and not make sense for a lot of people, because that is that will not lead to good. I mean, not lead for the common good. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, right next there.
Thank you for what you just said. I have a question, and it's concerning more between the cooperation between militaries. You said one of the main issues is the lack of political will to further cooperation, and now there is known, and it has happened in the past, that there can be cooperation between military and between organizations even when there's a lack of political guidance, in a sense, and it is always Some criticize it, some things it takes a life of its own. It can have positive effects, it can have negative effects. The question is if there are examples of if political will or visible political will is really lacking, can there still be a further cooperation from military to military between different organizations that are present?
Thank you very much. And good, a question on NATO-EU as well. Actually, I will give the floor back to the panelists. I would maybe ask just not everyone to answer all the questions, organically divide them up between yourselves, because it seems there's still quite a bit of interest in the public, so as much as we would like to probably get more questions in as well.
Okay, to be fair to my co-panelists, I will answer your question, sir. And first of all, and that is all, whether I speak about Russia or about China, let it be absolutely clear. I'm also an academic. I have among my students Russians. I have Chinese people. They are absolutely wonderful people. This is not about people against people. It is a description about political systems and how political systems behave in the realm of international relations. I will start my intervention by contradicting what you said, that this is a military perception and not a commercial perception. That when ships want to sail somewhere, they can do so freely and everybody is happy. I will be very happy during a break to show you some video footage of Chinese coast guards sinking Vietnamese fishing ships, because they are in what China believes is their exclusive economic zone, where international tribunal has ruled that China has no right in the 9-dashed line, and that this territory, that they could not claim it. And China is a signatory of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea.
China has precluded itself from the governance of the...
Yes, exactly. This is what I say. This is the way that generally authoritarian regimes handle. They sign treaties as long as they are in favor and that they serve their purposes. They use it and they will make others force others to compel with what they have signed. Once a ruling will be against them, they will decide that they do not have to follow it. And it's quite normal, because in international relations, political realists do not see a place for supranational institutions. They believe that nations are the highest level of authority. So when what we should be aware as Western liberal democracies is that whenever we sign a treaty with Russia or with China, this equals to a unilateral commitment to the treaty. Because in our system of values, we rely on international relations and on commitments and on international organizations. And we use these tools with systems that do not recognize the validity of these same tools when it applies to them. And so when China saw that the decision in The Hague was going to be against them, they withdrew because it was going to be against them. So they use your UNCLOS when it is favorable to them, and then they repel it when it is not, when it no longer serves their interest. So this is what I was saying. So the difference is a difference of governance system, and it is a philosophical difference from one side between philosophical liberals that find their origin in the theories, peace theories of Immanuel Kant, and on the other side you will have the realist theories that find their origin with Thomas Hobbes, with Machiavelli, and they behave in a totally different way, and as groups they have different social psychology. Western liberal philosophies have an individual approach, and a group is a group of individuals who agree to share something. Whereas in realist or tellurocratic approaches. You have a strong leader, you have the group, and the individual is no more than a constituent to make the group and to give it strength. So these are the differences. It's two different ways of seeing things, and when you are in a confrontation, at the end of the day, you have to protect yourself to prevent someone who has different set of values or who thinks differently of you to impose his view on you. And this is exactly what I was saying.
Thank you. I think a lot of people wait the Kurt's answer, so I will be quick on the sort of military cooperation and political ambitions between EU and NATO. The wars, as in his introductory remarks pointed out by Kurt, that this Berlin Plus arrangement was just a sort of exchange of letters. Now with the Warsaw Joint Declarations, we actually have made a huge step. It's genie is out in the bottle already. So the military will take it by the letter. If they were allowed to cooperate on Berlin Plus, then these cooperation areas, just information exchange to ensure situational awareness, parallel coordinated exercises, cooperation on defense capacity building, meaning cooperation. If EUPOL would to happen tomorrow, there would be no whatsoever institutional obstacles for NATO to support EUPOL. No single state in these organizations, looking to the recent practices, how we have applied the Berlin Plus, could not stop it, because it's against the common practice, what these organizations are used to. So it's, as I said, it's genies out in the bottle. There might not be political will to further this cooperation, but you cannot sort of, I'm not sure that the politicians from certain countries were fully understanding what they were sort of endorsing. So it now needs few years to get a sort of solid footing, and then we can make a next step. But we don't have sort of such a hurry anymore, I would say.
Okay. And then, so I'll tackle the Kurdish question, but real quick before that, to be constructive with regards to your question, I think there's opportunities to work with China in Afghanistan, between NATO and China and EU member countries, because of course China has a common border with Afghanistan. So yeah, there's always opportunities to cooperate. With regards to arming the Kurds or providing them with ammunition and what this could lead to, I mean, the Kurds have had quite a bit of ammunition and equipment and weapons for decades, and we've had a degree of stability and the status quo. They have a great deal of autonomy as it is, and so so providing ammunition for them to fight Daesh, I don't think that directly leads to independence. There would be many steps before that. Perhaps federalization within Iraq, before one would jump to the idea of an independent Kurdistan. It's not an isolated issue to Iraq. You got to remember there's a large Kurdish population. It's one of the largest national elements that doesn't have their own country, but it's spread across a whole region, across Turkey, Syria, Iran as well. And so it's not an isolated question to just Iraq. It would be looking much broader and how it would affect stability in what is already a very unstable region. So the Kurds are very savvy and astute, and that they'll do. I think they'll work what is best for their people, but also what's best for Iraq, because there is stability in staying within Iraq. They have a pretty good deal right now, being an autonomous region. With the oil, they have, I think it's 17% of Iraq's oil reserves are in the Kurdish region, and they're getting the revenue from that. So, and that region has boomed. I went to Erbil Airport in 2004, and it was still just flat. There's nothing there. Now it's a very modern international airport, and same with Erbil. So now not to be Mr. Optimist, but I'm optimistic with the Kurds as well, and functioning within Iraq. So.
Thank you very much. And if I could ask, if you pose the question, try to direct it to somebody as well. So we have And I had one question here straight away.
Well, hello. It was not specifically for someone precisely, but let's say for the US then. My question is, we recognize Kosovo, so as a consequence, Russia recognized Abkhazia, and as a consequence, Russia refused to recognize Kosovo, and we refused to recognize Abkhazia. I've been several times in Abkhazia. To be honest, the question of identity is really at stake because honestly, it exists. I know that you don't have the right to say so, but if you enjoy some vacation in the area, you'll see straight that it's really a fact. So my question is, how far can we go with Georgia, knowing that it's our only ally somehow in Caucasus? We can't provide them an integration, of course, inside NATO. So how far can we go with a cooperation with Georgia in order to somehow try to still attract them, but at the same time not providing them full membership? Thanks.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it. My name is Dennis, I'm Ukrainian national, but currently I live in Paris. And first of all, I would like to thank you, Commander Engelen, for your support for the Ukrainian nation. My question is, actually, I would like to say that, unfortunately, Ukraine has been neglected like for 25 years by the Western institutions. We weren't given the same opportunity that, for example, our neighbors Poles were given in terms of NATO or European Union. And speaking about the war, because I don't call it crisis, because crisis means internal. It's a Russian-Ukrainian war. We have to face it. And taking into account that NATO cannot give Ukraine the membership, it's clear. Maybe there is a way to cooperate with Ukraine, like, let's say on the same level as you cooperate with Finland or Sweden. It would be a compromise, and for Georgia as well. Thank you. Exactly.
Hi, my name is Mell. I'm a grad student at the Interdisciplinary Center in Herzliya, Israel, but I'm originally from Switzerland, so I think I'm as much as an outsider here as it can be. Well, I don't have a question, but a comment on the origins of hybrid warfare. And I want to point out a small anecdote. So during the American Revolution, the Continental Congress encouraged actually patriotic US citizens to harass the British merchant ships. So maybe it wasn't actually the Chinese or the Russians that came up with this concept, but it was the Americans in the first place. But I think the point that I want to make is that we should really question the notion that this is such a new way of waging warfare, I think. That's all.
I personally do agree with that. As we have about 5 minutes left in the panel, and we have 2 questions so far. So if somebody would like to ask the last question. Yes, there we go.
Thank you for your speeches. My name is Juan. I'm from Spain, but I live in Riga. My question is regarding A2AD and the larger security of the Baltics. Do you believe that a successful defense of the Baltics and counter the A2AD of Russia can be done simply by cooperating NATO, Finland, Sweden, or do you think in order for it to be effective, should it be within NATO? And should Sweden and Finland look to become members in order to secure their position in the Baltics? Thank you.
Perfect. Very topical question. Please.
Yep. So starting off with the easy question of Georgia and with Abkhazia, how far can it go with NATO? Well, I won't go into, it's a long discussion, but in my opinion, Kosovo and Abkhazia are apples and oranges. They're not equal. But focusing on Georgia and with regards to their engagement with NATO, NATO is very appreciative of Georgia's commitment and sacrifice, first in Iraq and then Afghanistan. They've been the largest troop contributor in Afghanistan of any non-NATO country, and with large number of casualties. And so NATO's position is, again, not to speak for NATO, but what NATO's position is that NATO and Georgia will go as far together as they want. It is not to be decided by someone else, by another country. So as far together as they want to go is how far they will go. So to keep it simple, but over the next 2 days, we can talk about, Kosovo and Abkhazia, because it's an interesting question. So.
On the A2AD Baltic defense, Sweden, Finland, it relates actually to a question regarding to Ukraine. As far as my knowledge, and please apologize if I go gravely wrong on that, but Ukraine in the beginning of 90s never made this conscious decision and set its sort of policy aims for being a full member of the European Union and NATO, as all the rest of the states did. Same applies to Finland and Sweden. However much I would like to see them as a part of the NATO, however it would make sense for the protection of the region for these organizations these countries be within the NATO, we cannot impose our will. It's up to their decision. And I'm not sure if Finland and Sweden would tomorrow to join the NATO, if that would not in fact deteriorate the security situation rather than improve it. Because you probably have noticed the very fierce statements of Russian officials cautioning Finland and Sweden. We saw some years back the very intense info operations by Russian federations against the Baltics, trying to play the individual Baltic states out against each other. One was bad, two were good, then was another country bad. Now we start to see the same games between Russia and Finland and Sweden. So it's a sensitive question. It's up to Finland and Sweden to decide. We, purely from the military perspective, would be very happy to see them in the NATO. It would make sense. Thanks.
One of the great advantages to live in the democratic system is that you can be a military and that you can still have your own opinion and that you can say things which are totally contrary to the mainline policy of your own country or to the organization that you work in. So what I'm going to to tell you now is not the NATO position and it is not the Belgian position. Georgia and Ukraine should become members of NATO point blank. It is a deliberate policy by Russia to create frozen conflicts in countries so that there wouldn't be a unanimity in NATO to grant membership. Because by doing so, some fear that you would import Article 5 situations into the alliance. So when Cyprus became a member of the EU, the entire island became a member of the EU, and we just made a caveat that for the time being, the part in the north would not fall under the jurisdiction temporary. Georgia and Ukraine can become NATO members, and we just recognize that for the time being, the jurisdiction cannot apply to the parts that are occupied by Russia. And why should we do so? And I will go one step beyond what you're saying. Why I believe that Ukraine, Georgia should become members, and why I believe that absolutely Sweden and Finland should also become members. It is that because we have a very different definition of peace. We see peace as something which builds from inside, and where we create peace through exchange. We have commercial peace, we have democratic peace. We believe that interaction, economic interaction, is something which is building peace, and the more that you have people that are like-minded, the less that you will have wars. Now, this is our definition of peace, and it is a Kantian definition, it is a liberal definition. For a realist, peace is the absence of armed conflict. And in the logic of building your defense, going through a balance of forces, actually, a realist will recognize that there is peace if there is mutual deterrence and that there is a balance of forces. So you have to establish that balance of forces, and you have to create your deterrence position so that there wouldn't be and they will be vocal, and they will use rhetoric, and they will shout that it is unjust, but at the end they will recognize the balance of forces. This balance of forces was nuclear for a while, because that was just after the Second World War, and I remind you that nuclear weapons had been used. The readiness to do so today, to use nuclear weapons, is much lower, not only on one side, on all the sides. Even though in their rhetoric they claim that they would use it tactically and so on, the use of nuclear weapons today has become much less likely than it was just after the Second World War. What does it leave us with? That means that we have to create the balances of forces with conventional forces in a regional environment. And if in the Baltic region we can create a better balance of military forces, and when you look at Finland, you know, sometimes we laugh because at NATO we say enhanced NATO response force, 40,000 soldiers and so on and so on. And then the question is, shall we let little Finland play with us? Little Finland puts 300,000 troops in the battle when it comes to the defense. So we should be aware of that. That if we want to create that balance of forces, Sweden and Finland should become members, and so should Georgia and Ukraine.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last panel of today's event, which is on countering hybrid threats together. As we've heard a little bit about hybrid warfare already, especially in the last panel, but needless to say, this is one of the critical issues, common challenges faced by both NATO and the EU, depending on how you define it. And it goes down not even from external challenges, but even aspects of disinformation within NATO itself. I was actually researching this not too long ago. There was a Washington Post article that talked about the Belgian military being so weakened by disasters that it required to get hand-me-down flak jackets in the United States. In a mainstream media newspaper. It turns out, of course, that it was a long-standing arrangement to exchange equipment. They weren't hand-me-down, they were quite new, they were returned again. But if you can't even necessarily trust the Washington Post, who can you trust? For more on this, we have great panelists together on both strategic communications, cyber defense, and all of the above in terms of Kristi. And the moderator is my colleague Tomas Yermolavičius, who once managed to give a presentation about hybrid warfare using only characters and references from the Harry Potter universe. If you ask him nicely, he might do it again. Panel 3.
Thank you, Emmet. Again, good afternoon. Indeed, it was really good fun. J.K. Rowling nailed it way before we started using the hybrid warfare and hybrid threat terms. The only kink in the whole narrative was that Dumbledore, who associated with the United States, died before the Battle of Hogwarts. So that sort of didn't fit into narrative. But now with President Trump in the White House, that kink is being ironed out, and Professor McGonagall, Angela Merkel and Germany are becoming leaders of the whole show. Now, jokes aside, it is indeed a topic that some people love, some people hate, because they hate this hybrid, thing and say this is nothing new. And indeed, it's not a novel issue, because holistic perspectives on security are always considered a variety, the whole complex, dynamic, multidimensional environment where diverse threats and risk interact, reinforcing each other and amplifying the overall effects, such as blurring the boundaries between civil and military domains, internal and external security, state and society, as well as war and peace. And comprehensive whole of government, whole of society responses have always been a staple of national security strategies. And Russia's actions in Ukraine, after which we started using more in a more prolific way the hybrid warfare terminology, only sharpened our focus and advanced our conceptual thinking, our strategy making, and policy action. Crimea created a critical juncture at which we in the West had to really become serious about grand strategy, including a better understanding and integration of its various domains, and creating a fresh momentum for bringing down the Brussels wall between NATO and the EU. So this afternoon we have an excellent opportunity to delve deeper into the topic of hybrid warfare, hybrid threats, with a great panel, which is extremely well positioned to explore, firstly, and first of all, two interconnected dimensions of strategy that acquired new prominence: information and cyber warfare, or shall I say their nexus. And secondly, how NATO-EU cooperation enhances the ends, means, and ways relationship or strategy, which is required to mitigate or neutralize those hybrid threats. In the order of appearance, let me introduce the panelists. First is Ms. Beata Biauri, who is a senior expert at Doctrine and Development branch of NATO Stratcom COE. Prior to her civil service career, she worked as a manager in Polish media for 15 years, was a deputy CEO for one of the leading news publishing groups. And as a civil servant, she worked in the Polish Ministry of Transport, where she was in charge of the EU affairs, and later as director of the Public Affairs Department in the Polish Ministry of National Defense. Then we have Mr. Sven Sakov, who is director of NATO's Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence, who has been working in the field of defense and security since 1995, and served as Undersecretary for Defense Policy, or Policy Director of the Ministry of Defense of Estonia between 2008 and 2015. Previously has worked at the Estonian Embassy in Washington, Estonian mission to NATO, as a National Security Advisor of the President of Estonia, and as Director of Policy Planning of the Ministry of Defense of Estonia. And last but not least, we have Dr. Kristi Raik, who is a Senior Research Fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs and a non-resident Research Fellow at the ICDS here in Tallinn. Prior to joining Finnish Institute in 2011, she served as an official at the General Secretariat of the Council of the European Union, Director General for External and Political Military Affairs, Unit of Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and as a visiting fellow at the Center for European Policy Studies in Brussels and International Center for Policy Studies in Kiev. So we have an excellent lineup of speakers. We will start in the order of appearance on the screen with Beata, who decided to reintroduce the excellent tradition of showing you PowerPoints. I was surprised the previous panel, or wholly military panel, didn't show any PowerPoints. I thought the military just learned how to do war fighting without PowerPoints. And Beata, I mentioned in my introductory remarks that hybrid threats is nothing really new, but looking from the Stratcom perspective, why is information warfare so salient now? What has really changed from the times when Cold War adversaries were locked in relentless propaganda, counter-propaganda warfare? Or isn't it just we across NATO, the EU, simply become too naive, ignorant of the threat, despite all the talk about that information is power? Can any degree of NATO-EU cooperation really change the fact that so many members of our societies actually have become very uncritical consumers, conveyors, echo chambers of the fake news? The floor is yours.
Well, yes, PowerPoint is king. I come from two different backgrounds, corpo and military now. And as you know, in both, a presentation, a speech without PowerPoint does not exist. So that's why I decide. And by the way, you will understand that this is not so stupid. Well, now it's the moment of truth. I don't know if it will work. Yes, success. So first of all, just a few words about NATO Stratcom Center of Excellence. I need to emphasize that we as an organization, we are not in the NATO command structure. It's a multinational organization. We have 11 member states on board right now, including, attention, Sweden and Finland. It was already mentioned here, a very good cooperation of these two countries with NATO, and I can confirm it. Swedish and Finnish colleagues are with us. And we have NATO accreditation, and our task is to help NATO to improve capabilities in strategic communications. Now back to hybrid warfare. Well, it's already been told here and repeated many times, and I can agree, it's nothing new. But speaking from not doctrinal but more practical point of view, I would say that it's even much, much older. I think this kind of approach is really as old as the world itself. And we can find some very good examples in our history. If you take Crimea, what was, the pretext of invading Crimea? That was the defense, the protection of compatriots, of Russian-speaking people living there. And now, 1938, February, Sudetenland, exactly the same story. September 1939, Soviet Union invading Poland, exactly the same story. So, hybrid warfare, hybrid approach is nothing new. But something changed. What changed? You can see. Among many different elements of hybrid warfare, we have one which is definitely new, it's cyber. And which is very much connected to this is another area, which is information warfare. And this is a fundamental change which makes hybrid threats much more challenging for all of us. And I would like also to draw your attention to this sea space, because we speak a lot about cyber, but sometimes we forget that cyber is not only about technology, it's about cognitive space as well, because what happens in the cyber domain, it's very much connected to our cognitive space as well. Now, so what has changed? And I have a question. How many of you do not have a mobile phone? Yeah. You remember the Maslow pyramid of needs, and now it looks like this. This is the fundamental change that we've been witnessing. Now, internet, social media, and the very big change concerning information itself, because information has become global, no frontiers. Information has become super fast. You have some numbers here. It's incredible how fast the information is and what is the volume of information. And last but not least, there are no gatekeepers. Each of you can become a so-called journalist. You can post whatever you want. No control. We can't control disinformation. It's impossible. So, NATO and EU, very briefly, because many excellent speakers already spoke about it. NATO and EU, these are two different organizations. Really, different objectives, different structure, different interests, and we have to keep that in mind when we speak about possible or impossible cooperation between NATO and EU. But we have something in common. And that something in common is 22 member states, and which is fundamental values that we share. These values have already been mentioned here as well. It's democracy, it's individual freedom, it's human rights, it's rule of law, which is also a very important thing. And this is a very good platform for all of us to cooperate, and that was stressed very strongly in the Warsaw Declaration in July last year. So, what I would like to propose you as a response of all of us to the hybrid threats. It's something that I call AIC strategy. A like awareness, E like education, I like initiative, and C like credibility. E like awareness. We have to build a higher awareness of all these threats, but within our societies. It's not enough if the institutions are aware of this danger, these threats. We have to tell about it to our citizens, because without this knowledge, we can't build a better, higher resilience. And we do it. You probably know that the EU has this EU Stratcom task force. And this is a very small structure, few people, but doing a great job. Every day, scanning social media, digital media, and finding fake news, disinformation, and just exposing it. It's extremely important, because this can make all of us aware of the danger. And here some self-advertising our center. For example, we publish a lot of studies and researches about disinformation, manipulation techniques, about Stratcom in general. And I can say that here we have two very complementary activities, because we are more strategic. Our studies take sometimes even few years. And EU task force, it's more tactic, because they do their job every day. And every day you can find something, you know, on their Twitter, some information regarding some new fake which appeared in information space. E like education, and this is something absolutely fundamental. We have to educate our citizens. We have to teach them what is disinformation, what is hybrid threat. We cannot use even the term of hybrid threat, because this is maybe too sophisticated, but we have to explain what it is and how to defend ourselves. And media literacy, computer literacy, critical thinking. These are the elements that are extremely important. And there are some very good examples. Here you can see an article, a very recent one, about what Sweden decided to do. It's a program in the primary school, so very young children, learning some very basic computer skills, you know, programming skills, and how to make the distinction between what is true, what is untrue, how to recognize a fake, for example. So this is education. This is really very, very important. And training of our officials, government, civil servants, and last but not least, journalists, because we all know that the condition of journalism today, well, it's something that could be discussed during full conference. This is really a huge challenge right now, and media must face it. And I like initiative. Initiative means we can't wait until our adversary tells his story and just react. We have to tell our story. We have to promote our narrative. We have to be active and answer questions before they are asked. Because sometimes, you know, when we react, it's too late. And this is something that I can observe, and online I'm very much into social media, and I can see, you know, a bunch of trolls destroying discussion and people engaging in a useless discussion with these trolls. This is completely useless. And of course, we, as you know, public institutions, governments, we can't do it, but we have to find a way to tell our story. And this story must be well told, because it's not enough to give just an information. We have to tell a story. We have to use, for example, emotions. Social media is about emotions. And, you know, a simple picture means much more than hundreds of words. I would like to show you something, because during our conference, I was on Twitter, of course, and I found one tweet posted by somebody from here. It was about our event. I don't know if you can see it. This is the tweet. This is about our conference right now, and the picture is that. Can you see here Federica Mogherini and our SecGen? No, they are not here, but the story is here. The story about European Union and NATO and our dialogue and cooperation. So, you know, narrative is something fundamental, and we have to use it much, much more. And last but not least, credibility. This is something that we have to bear in mind. What we say must match what we do. If there is no agreement between what we say and what we do, we will not be credible, and nobody will trust us. And trust, or rather a lack of trust in public institutions, is something that we can observe right now, you know, all over Europe, in the States. So this is something that we have to remember. If we are not credible, our narrative is not credible, and we've already lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beata. It's indeed a lot to think through and think about, but I have sort of a quick, sort of probably immediate question. When we say information war, you know, war by definition has two sides, us and them. But in my perspective, you know, what we've seen to date was not the information war, it was one-sided information slaughter perpetrated by a very well-financed, very well-oiled Russia's propaganda machine. In your assessment, your judgment, how successful are we? Are we actually fighting back properly? Because you mentioned this EU Stratcom force. I know from Brussels insiders, Mogherini would be happy to strangle it. It's manned by very poorly. It's manned by voluntary national contributions. There is no permanent EU staffer on it. Every new positions don't go to that Stratcom force. Everything goes to fighting propaganda from Daesh rather than Russia. So, you know, how successful are we actually mobilizing ourselves and fighting back to have a war, not just a slaughter?
Is it? No. Oh yes. No. Okay. I would say we are doing our best. We've been a bit late, and up to now we are still in the phase of reacting, but I think that we also we are learning very fast. You know, the fact itself that our center, the Strategic Communication Center of Excellence, became operational in January 2014 means something. That means that the threat had been realized, and that we started immediately to react and to work on that. It's very difficult to say how successful the Russian propaganda is. Because, you know, I'll take an example from one of our researchers about trolling, Russian trolling. 2 years ago, we published a very good report. It's a case study about Russian trolls operating in Latvian media, online media. And one of the conclusions of this research was that, well, first of all, it's relatively easy to identify trolls. They have some very particular features, and it's not a complicated thing. Every one of you could do it after, 5-minute training. But what is really challenging is to find evidence that this is not a simple troll, but this is a hybrid troll, which is a fundamental difference, because a simple troll is just a very unhappy person with, very unhappy marriage, bad job, and so on, frustrated, and, trying to release this frustration online. But hybrid troll is something different. Hybrid troll is an online warrior, is somebody executing somebody else's agenda. And to find evidence, to find a connection between the guy who is posting, hundreds of comments a day somewhere, and the one who is paying for that, it's extremely difficult. So it's a huge challenge, and I would say it's not even, probably possible for guys like us, to do it, because it's much more digital forensic. It's sometimes intelligence, which should do it, not us. So yeah, we are learning a lot, and I believe that with all what we do for building awareness, for teach people, for educate them, it's something that counts, that's really important.
Great, thank you very much, and lots to think about. This hybrid trolls concept is particularly interesting. But now let's move to cyber orcs issue. And indeed, well, if we're mobilizing for information warfare just now, we've been thinking through cyber warfare issues for quite a bit by now. And cyberspace, although relatively new and very unique domain, but it seems that, correct me if I'm wrong, that only now we begin to recognize it does not play on its own in a larger strategic enterprise. So the big questions are, how does it relate to other domains of war and strategy? What role does it play in hybrid threat environment, and so on? I know that my gadgets tend to live their life of their own, but to what extent they are actually tools of coercion and subversion in someone else's hands? Can NATO and the EU really help if people do not change their account passwords regularly, ignore calls and warnings from the FBI field offices that they've been hacked, and so on? So the importance of a human factor in this whole enterprise, and as Beate mentioned, the cognitive domain is probably something that we have to be focused, whether it comes through the information warfare, through cyber means, but the effects play out in our cognitive and emotional domain. So Sven, what are your thoughts on this subject?
Thank you, Thomas. First, yes, as a full disclosure, I'm one of those people who does not like the term hybrid, whatever is behind that. And the simple reason is that really, I think when we use that term, we lump everything together and we get intellectually lazy. Second, I would say that there is a much better term which was used by George Kennan in his 1947 lectures to the US Army War College, and he called basically the same thing, Russian measures short of war. And if you say that, this is really what we mean, what we understand by that. This is also what Vladimir Gerasimov, when he wrote his now very famous piece in a very obscure magazine in Russia called Военно-промышленный Courier in February-March edition of 2013. and really, I mean, only people in military intelligence did read that before, actually 2014. 2014 actually that came out and said, hey, that's everything written here, how Crimea operation was done. It's a blueprint is here. That was published, open document, a year before actually it was implemented. And really what Gerasimov is explaining there is that the preparation for the future battlefield goes on all the time, and we need to prepare that. There are different methods, short of war, what we are using, like subversion, corruption, disinformation, influence operations, active measures, cyber operations, and I think there was a couple of more. And if the opportunity arises, for example, you have a Maidan, your puppet president flights, then basically you are stepping to, I think we had 5 stages of warfare, to a second stage, which is kind of, you are introducing special operation forces, clandestine operations, things like that. And, you know, it goes on. So I would rather call for us to use a Russian measure short of war, because I think that gives a much better understanding of where we are on that. Second, I would say, issue where we need to be very diligent with terminology we are using is when we talk about cyber war. And this is quite universal. People are saying, you know, cyber war is already going on and so forth. And in a way, they serve a purpose because, I mean, in a way, in one sense, because they show they make it really very burning issue and people need to take interest. But the problem with using that terminology is that when you talk about war, that means that there is an armed conflict between 2 countries. And according to international law, that would give a legal rights for the country which is under attack to resort to either individual or collective self-defense, including sending a Tomahawk missile or whatever you have, a Tomahawk, against the, it depends on the country, against the perpetrator country. That's one thing. And second is that what do we call it when it actually is a cyber war? You know, or basically, I will get to that in a second. So everything is usually lumped together. And what is usually happening when we talk about state actors or state-sponsored actors, and by the way, according to international law, and if you're interested in that, buy Italian manual, which is a manual book what we published on the applicability of international law in cyberspace, in operations in cyberspace. It does not matter whether a country itself, its state organs, are perpetrating a cyber operations against another country, or a non-state group of which that state is in effective control of. So it doesn't have to be a GRU or FSB. It can also be a group of Russian cyber criminals / working for GRU. By the way, that's how it happens very often. People who had fled Russia sometimes are telling the story. You are a successful cyber criminal in Russia, for example. And by the way, 70% of international cybercrime is Russian in language, in terms of a person, it's usually a guy behind a keyboard, is speaking Russian. He can live in maybe Ukraine or Belarus, but he's using Russian language. So if you're a very successful Russian cyber criminal, if you're, let's say, if you're living abroad, I don't know, in Poland, you'll be arrested, you put to jail, you to court. In Russia, you get a visit by FSB, and they serve you 2 options. Rot in Magadan at the Arctic Circle for 20 years in a prison. Usually life expectancy there is like 5 years. I mean, no, nothing, really. Or you will work now for us. You know, that's a very simple choice for those cyber criminals. And maybe they can still have their a crime operation aside if they promise that it's not going to impact Russian interests and so forth. So this is basically what we have read from those people who have fled. So coming back to basically kind of cyber war thing, so what's happening is mostly it's espionage. This is usually what is then termed cyber war. Espionage is not war. Espionage is actually a very interesting topic because in international law, it is neither legal nor illegal. It's somehow kind of in between. It is inherently legal for the country which is perpetrating that, because that's why we have our intelligence services which are doing espionage outside of our borders. According to Estonian law, what Estonian foreign intelligence does is legal. According to a country where they do something, it is inherently illegal. So basically, but it's mostly espionage, everyone does that. By the way, the biggest surprise for me about Snowden leaks a couple of years ago was that people were surprised that our intelligence services spy. Can you imagine? They do what we pay for them to do. It was stupid, but this was a big surprise. Nowadays people are surprised by the latest WikiLeaks that CIA is looking into methods of spying abroad. Again, I mean, it's a very normal thing to do. If I were an American citizen and it appears from WikiLeaks that CIA is not doing that, I would be angry because I mean, where are my tax dollars going? Anyway, so most of that is espionage. The difference really is in terms of the volume of information which is siphoned off. So basically, a couple of years ago, Office of Personnel Management in US, sloppy IT security, and the personal, very detailed records of 22 million US federal employees was taken. This is, I don't know how many tens of truckfuls. The dossiers, they are thick dossiers. They're very personal information. Now it's getting a bit more complicated when we look at what happened last year in the US with the DNC hack, because if it would have been just that the GRU or an FSB, basically Russian military intelligence and Russian foreign intelligence, actually should be internal intelligence, but guess what, operating also outside. If they would have just stolen information, then that would be espionage. I'm sure that all of our countries' foreign intelligence are attempting something to the same thing. What is different is actually that when that was published in a targeted way, bit by bit, in a WikiLeaks. And by the way, I just want to get that off my chest, is that nowadays we should not, even if you did that until now, please do not consider WikiLeaks to be some kind of whistleblowing organization. It is an organ of Russian state nowadays. Actually, its servers are nowadays also in Russia. It does Russian bidding. This is different when you actually start meddling in internal affairs in our country. And this is really already a place where, by the way, international legal experts are split in the middle. Some say that that would give a right for, or would have given a right for US for countermeasures, meaning things what are otherwise illegal in international law, but because of the other countries doing something, it is legal for you to tell them by some action to knock it off when the operation is still ongoing. The other half said that no, that should be stopped at retortion, which is another legal term, which basically means that those activities which are otherwise, which are legal, perfectly legal, but unfriendly. For example, sending out 35 Russian spies from your country. I mean, the diplomats. So this is basically retortion. Now, going on. I think this is a very often, and it does make sense, is that information operations, cyber operations, they are all kind of conceptually, I think it's part of that good and should be looked at together. But I would only just caution that this is only when we talk about part of a cyber operations, because let's say, even with a very good propaganda effort, I doubt that you can blow up nuclear power station just by words. but by code you might. This is only kind of, when we talk about them together, then we should actually talk about just part of a cyber operations or information operations. Now, I will say a basic postulate that every part of every future war, and now we are talking about war, armed conflict between advanced nations or technological nations, part of that war will take place in cyberspace. B, it is rather unlikely or very unlikely that actually the war will take place only in cyberspace. And nothing is happening on the ground or so forth. Because really, I mean, what is happening in cyberspace between nations is a reflection of the real world, reflection of a physical world, even though this is happening in a synthetic environment which mankind has created. When I look at what NATO has been doing in two last summits, three very important decisions when it comes to cybersecurity, cyber defense. First is at the summit in Wales in September 2014. Allied heads and state and government declared that international law does apply to things happening in cyberspace. By the way, until that time, there was kind of, let's say, in 2010, 2011, there was a big discussion about that, whether we need new treaties or not, or whether we should actually looking at existing law. And the second point in 2014 summit was that cyber attack can lead to Article 5, meaning the invocation of Article 5 or collective defense of NATO, which is a kind of I would say, quite a monumental declaration. And now, last year, in summit in Warsaw, NATO declared that, or recognized that cyberspace has evolved into a domain of operations or domain of warfare. They call it domain of operations in NATO. And in NATO parlance, it's a fourth domain of warfare because NATO does not recognize space for some reason. So it's basically the NATO Warsaw Declaration says that it has evolved into a domain of operations, and I quote, where NATO will defend itself as effectively as it does on land, in the air, and at sea, end of quote. And of course, this is now part, I would say, of a task for NATO, also for the CCDCOE, for my organization, to fill that with substance for the future. So we are doing bits and pieces on that. We are, for example, right now writing a NATO cyberspace operations doctrine at the CCDCOE. Now, the couple of last points, I think time is running out, is that kind of, mentally to understand basically when we talk about cyber operations, what do we mean? The attacker, whether it is a sub-criminal, activist, a country, doesn't really matter. They are going against one of either of the three things. They go against the confidentiality of your information, integrity of your information, or availability of information. This is a classical CIA triad in cybersecurity. So a confidentiality, a good example is a OPM, Office of Personnel Management, 22 million people's personal records, very detailed, were lost. Integrity, according to a public documents, a Stuxnet virus, which basically changed the parameters of a spinning nuclear enrichment plant centrifuges. And availability, those are usually DDoS, so distributed denial of service attacks. The last really big one, which is a very noteworthy one, was last October, when the domain name server service provider called DIN in the US was attacked. Because of that, for half a day in the eastern coast, thousands of internet pages were not available, including Reddit and Netflix and so forth, very kind of very prominent ones. And so what happens is actually that DNS is a service whereby the human tongue, twitter.com, is translated into computer tongue, into a computer code address. So that actually the Twitter was available, but your request was not recognized. And that attack was perpetrated by around 100,000 Chinese-produced webcams of one specific type, which were gathered into a robotic network or a botnet, and then basically they jammed that service. And this is very ominous because, for the future, because we're living in a world where more and more things are connected to internet. The last figure I saw for current amount of devices connected was 16 billion, 16 billion. Roughly half of the humankind is connected to each other, but we already have, more than half, more than 2 times the number of devices than there are people. And the growth in terms of things in internet is exponential. For 2020, the figures go from 20 billion to 60 billion devices. And many of them, if not maybe billions, will be with either no or very badly built security. And that's the reason why you see this kind of consumer scares quite regularly. For example, nowadays in Germany, one specific talking and learning doll was recalled because of privacy issues. I personally would not want my refrigerator to send me email. I can live with a normal refrigerator, but many people would want that. Now, it will get worse. Our cybersecurity will get worse because of as I said, Internet of Things. Also because the countries on the other side, I'll put it this way, are investing heavily in those issues. Our life, not just our vanity, in terms of a kind of Twittering and Facebook vanity, is depending on functioning internet and cybersecurity. I'm talking about traffic lights, we're talking about water purification, electricity, so forth. And because of a machine learning and artificial intelligence, half of a Western world's jobs will be at risk of being taken over by machines, by robots, by self-driving cars and so forth. So if you think back to US election, for example, a lot of talk about a young, uneducated, poor white men who are voted very particularly in one side. There are 4 million truck drivers and I think nearly 1 million bus drivers and so forth. I would say that in 20 years they will be all jobless because people are so bad in driving cars and computers are so good at it. This will happen, and can you imagine that we have now countries in Europe with 20% unemployment, especially among the young people. Imagine a 70% unemployment in the same country. And I think one thing there will be revolutions, there will be havoc, there will be new Luddite movement against robots, there will be chaos, there will be a totally different world. We do not know how bad it can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sven, for the scary thoughts at the very end. I wouldn't dismiss the utility of WikiLeaks out of hand, because as a consumer of information, it was curious to see what CIA can do, because if CIA can do it, the Russians can do it too. So now I'm very careful of having conversations about my dinner menu in front of my Samsung Smart TV. Because someone might actually eavesdrop to that, and Samsung admitted it by themselves. Right, moving on to the last bit of our panel. So now, Christy, bringing all this together, well, there's probably a fair point to be made that the EU has a broad range of tools and instruments and competences to deal with the hybrid threat environment compared to NATO, which is an alliance, the core competence of which is the use of military force. It's you know the hard power. So the EU can do symphony, and NATO can do heavy metal. So now the hybrid spans both military and non-military instruments. And it's like jazz, you know, it takes a lot of improvisation, listening to one another, interaction with one another, and so on. But does putting together NATO and the EU, the heavy metal in symphony, produce that jazzy effect? What do you think?
Thank you, Thomas. Happy to be here. Let me also start with a disclosure. Not only do I not like the concept of hybrid threats, but I'm also not an expert on hybrid warfare, unless you count personal encounters with Russian trolls, as anyone who has been commenting in public on the Russian-Ukrainian war knows what I'm talking about. Now, thanks to Beata, I know that I should call them hybrid trolls. Probably. Very probably, yes. So, but indeed, hybrid threats, it's something that is on the top of the EU-NATO cooperation agenda, as it was agreed last December, you know, the 42 areas of cooperation that were defined. And I think it's worthwhile asking why did hybrid threats emerge as the highest priority among these? And obviously the easy explanation is that we are all concerned about the increase of different forms of malicious influence which is targeted against Western states and societies, which undermines our democratic political systems, it undermines Western unity and societal cohesion. That's where I think there is an agreement, a consensus, that something needs to be done about it. But as I said, no one knows exactly what the hybrid threats are, so the question is who should do and what should be done. Another reason why then hybrid threats were or became to the top of the EU-NATO agenda is the hope that this area, it's a relatively new one, although for sure historically we can see that things like that have been done before. But it's something quite new for the EU and NATO, and it might be less affected by the formal obstacles that are still there in other areas of EU-NATO cooperation. And we have heard many times today about the Cyprus-Turkey issue, which is still there. It's not likely to be solved anytime soon. So it does pose obstacles to operational cooperation. And in the field of hybrid threats, I think we are at the stage where we should rather speak about coordination, and not even so much coordination between the EU and NATO, but even more there is need for coordination of different national activities that members of both the EU and NATO are trying to come up with this very new kind of threats, or new old, but in the current atmosphere, new ones. And one more reason, it's a topic that is not really a top priority for either the EU or NATO. Unlike, for example, with territorial defense, where there is a very clear, broad consensus that this is something that NATO does, and even the more kind of ambitious scenarios on the EU's security and defense policy do not foresee the EU taking responsibility for territorial defense. Then again, hybrid threats is something where we can see that definitely both organizations are needed. And on the other hand, neither of them can deal with it on their own. There is need for a broad range of instruments, and it's important also to see the connections between different types of threats, and also between the military and non-military. But the nature of the hybrid threats, this elusive, very broad nature, it really poses a lot of expectations on the EU side, and that's something that officials both on the NATO and EU side agree on that the EU should actually start doing much more about this. But so far on the EU agenda, it's a relatively marginal issue, and it is presented in a rather confusing manner if you read the EU's global security strategy, for example. It is listed there in a kind of longer list of different types of threats, although by definition it is a comprehensive concept. So it's quite confusing. And when you look at what then the EU is at the moment actually doing about hybrid threats, there is not really much to speak about. We heard already about the Stratcom under the European External Action Service, which has 10 plus people working there right now. Then there is another tiny unit, the Hybrid Fusion Cell, which was created in 2015, also under the External Action Service, where you have 5 people working and some others contributing, so even smaller. Then on the other hand, a lot of what the EU does is relevant for countering hybrid threats. You can speak about energy security, for example, when there is a disruption in the energy system of any of the member states. The Commission DG Energy will know about it very quickly. But the problem is that the people who work on hybrid threats will not necessarily have the same information, and the links do not really work. And this kind of bigger picture easily gets lost, that this might be actually part of something broader going on that can then lead to other types of actions against us. So what the challenge for these very few people who actually work on hybrid threats, the main challenge now is to try to create these links and bring different parts of the institutions that do some relevant work to bring them somehow together. Another kind of unit to be mentioned is the the Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, which will be established in Finland shortly. Again, it will be a small organization with about 10 people based in Helsinki working on the hybrid threats, and then people elsewhere in other national capitals contributing. And it's neither an EU nor a NATO organization. It's an independent international agency with close links to both the EU and NATO. And not surprisingly, Finland has a particularly strong interest here, being a member in the EU, but not NATO, but wishing to be as close to NATO as possible. This is one concrete possibility for Finland to have practical links and cooperation that can bring it closer to NATO also at the time when it, depending on whom you talk to, either does not want to or does not dare to apply for NATO membership. As we heard in the previous panel, in the short term, it might actually deteriorate the security environment in the region. So in all, really what the EU and the External Action Service are doing is very, very limited so far. And there is a lot of work to be done on linking different areas together. And although the EU has been many years talking about comprehensive approach to security, it's still a major weakness that it has a lot of competencies, it has a lot of capabilities in non-military areas, but it is actually very bad at bringing them together and at also linking different EU institutions together. Now, another reason why it has been so difficult for the EU to actually start doing something about the hybrid threats is that, according to some officials working on this issue, it's about 90% about Russia. And Russia, as we know, it remains a very divisive issue in the EU and in NATO. So let's say the more Russia-friendly actors in the EU have had difficulties in digesting the hybrid threats agenda, because some may see it as an anti-Russian agenda. So there has been a tendency then to talk about hybrid threats in the EU without actually mentioning the main source of these threats. And this is something that, so anyone knowing the Finnish security policy tradition is a very familiar pattern, that everyone knows where the threats come from, but you just don't say it out loud. But unfortunately, this way of speaking about hybrid threats is quite characteristic nowadays also in Brussels talk. And it does create challenges for awareness building. I'm not so worried about Finland here, which has its historical experiences and knows where the threats usually come from. But it is more difficult with some other European countries to build awareness if you can't say out loud what you actually mean by hybrid threats. But here again, the few people who actually work on hybrid threats, I think they are doing some good job in creating gradually a common understanding, a common awareness. There is work to be done on strategic awareness, also situational awareness, so that it is slowly improving. The understanding that hybrid threats is something that actually is relevant, and that we know where it mainly comes from, and that also that it is something that is not just about Ukraine or not just about the Baltic countries, but it is actually concerning the whole of Europe and the whole of the Western world. What has helped, kind of unfortunately, is what we see in the election campaigns of France and Germany, where the issue of cyber attacks and disinformation has been really high on the agenda and in the middle of attention of the security officials. But this brings me to another difficulty with addressing hybrid through the EU and NATO and their cooperation, namely, we are talking about resilience of states. And it's a topic that states are not necessarily very keen to address via institutions, be it the EU or NATO. They definitely prefer to deal with their vulnerabilities and their weaknesses on a national level. No one wants to flag their weaknesses, particularly. And what then the EU or NATO separately or jointly can do is actually largely based on the information that they get from member states. And member states don't necessarily share the relevant information. So how can you have a common analysis if you don't have common information to begin with? When it comes to Russia, they are more likely to share with NATO than to share with the EU, which then, of course, casts a shadow on the EU's capability to do something about the whole issue. So I will end with pointing to some specific EU weaknesses that have to be addressed in order for the EU-NATO cooperation in this area to be kind of more productive. And one issue is information sharing and intelligence sharing, where the EU is particularly weak compared to NATO. That's an area where work is being done, and what also helps now that we have this new atmosphere in kind of staff-to-staff cooperation between the EU and NATO. A lot of information sharing happens informally, but formally it is very complicated and limited. And then another concrete problem with the EU is that the EU's crisis response mechanisms are very weak. And we are talking about very real scenarios of hybrid threats that can then even trigger NATO Article 5, they can trigger the EU's Article 42.7 of the Lisbon Treaty. And on the EU side, we don't know at all what the EU institutions are supposed to do. Let's imagine a non-NATO EU member state is under some sort of hybrid attack and wants to activate the Lisbon Treaty Clause 42.7 about mutual assistance. So far, the institutions don't really have a role in responding to that kind of situation. So in order for the EU and NATO then to be able to cooperate in this kind of scenario, we should have a better understanding about what the EU would do. In the French case, when the French activated 42.7, we saw that the response was based on purely bilateral agreements between France and each of the EU member states, when everyone agreed separately what kind of help they would give to the French. So the positive side here is, I think, that we have gone beyond kind of zero-sum thinking on EU security and defense policy and NATO. That there is willingness to look for complementarities and to see that strengthening one institution is not something that then automatically would weaken the other one. So this is already, I think, an achievement. I will stop here.
Great, thank you very much, Christine. This is also an optimistic note at the end. I'm really disappointed, though, that we are still in a situation where Voldemort cannot be called Voldemort, and we still have to use the who must not be named terminology in the EU circles. This is really, I thought we moved well beyond that. Are we allowed to go a little over time, because we started slightly? 5 minutes. 5 minutes, right? So I would like to open the floor to the questions from the audience. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll take those 5, and then we'll see. Well, start wherever, maybe there, and then let's move around.
Hi, I'm a law student, Tallinn University of Technology, and I have a pretty simple question for the first panelist. Should access to the internet be seen as a human right? And should blocking the access be seen as a violation? Thank you.
Next. We'll just take questions and then we'll...
Hello, thank you for the panel. Alexander Shimashko, European Parliament. I've got a question about the responsibility of states and companies regarding the, call it, hybrid propaganda, whatever, but since it's disseminated in a more efficient way than ever before, because the concept is not new. What is the responsibility of states and companies, bearing in mind that we don't want to undermine our own values and system of freedom of thought and expression? So how do you reconcile that?
I saw 3 hands already, 4 hands in here. Wow. Let's take 2 first, and then we'll see how it goes.
My name is Dennis. I'm Ukrainian national. I have already told you before how am I. I have a question to Mr. Sakov, actually. Taking into account that Ukraine has been a subject of multiple cyber threats and attacks coming from Russian Federation mainly, I would like to ask you a question. What is the current state of cooperation between Ukraine and NATO or European Union on the cyber issue? And is there any way for Ukraine to join the Cyber Excellency Center? You're a director of the center. Thank you very much.
And one more here from this section. Yeah.
Yes, I had 2 questions. My first question is, when we talk about cyber capabilities in the West, we usually talk about defensive capabilities. I wonder what your thoughts are on offensive capabilities. And we use the term cyber war, but there are a lot of conflicts which are less than war or short of war, humanitarian intervention, right to protect. Have they been discussed as far as cyber or hybrid warfare capabilities? And second, my question was maybe from a more theoretical background. When you're talking about cyberspace, we typically think of warfare, but the real question of space and geopolitics is about sovereignty and territory. So how do you see these geopolitical terms being morphed onto a space, this kind of 5th domain or 4th domain, reaching into cyberspace, a space we've created?
Thank you. We'll give time to answer. Please be concise in your questions and ask only one. So you have a list, pick one. Vada.
So access to internet as human rights. Well, I believe that access to information is a human right. Well, internet is just a tool. It's just a media as any other. And I think that block access to media would be a violation of human rights. So that might be an answer. But of course, internet is very different because internet, well, even the legal status, you know, of internet and posting on the internet is not very clear. And in democratic countries, in general, we assume that unless somebody breaks law in very clear way, it shouldn't be, you know, regulated or controlled or over-controlled. In more authoritarian countries, as you know very, very well, the approach is totally different. Many countries already try even to block completely access to internet or just let their citizens to access some particular parts of internet. I experienced that, sorry to say so, in China, when I was not allowed to access my personal blog. The first day I came to China, I could do it. The second, it was already blocked. So during my whole stay in China, I couldn't post anything on my blog. And that was pretty painful, I must say. So, yeah, I hope it's the answer to your question. About propaganda and responsibility of states, well, I think this is the discussion about how to balance the freedom of speech and the security. And, well, again, in democratic countries, we have freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and my personal very strong belief is we shouldn't block it. The state, the government, has no right to block citizens to express their opinions unless they break law again. But it's impossible in my, from my point of view, it's impossible that if government does not like, some opinion of a citizen and calls it just propaganda or disinformation, that's not an argument for me to block, this freedom of expression, freedom of speech. And by the way, we have to be very careful when we use terms, because it's a general tendency today to call everything, even inaccurate news in media, or some very not very precise information, disinformation. This is not disinformation. It's a fundamental difference between disinformation and unprofessional journalism. And we should be aware of this difference and use terms carefully, because otherwise nobody cares. If we start, calling everything disinformation, people are just confused and they stop caring about
that. I think we have to move on to Sven.
All right, 3 questions. First, about Ukraine. For those who do not know, Ukraine was the first place in the world in history, what we know of, where the electricity was impacted by a foreign hack. That was on the 23rd of December 2015 in the Ivano-Frankivsk region in western Ukraine. Where for I think 8 hours, that was Christmas time in western Ukraine, the electricity was switched off. The same happened pretty much 1 year later, and also in 2015, there was an attack against how the elections, in May 2014, how the elections, results of the president's elections were basically at the computer systems of which were facing internet of a central electoral system, so basically the election results were not impacted, but basically how they were shown on TV, basically. And very interesting part actually there was that some Russian and they were basically totally cuckoo numbers, like Dmitry Yarosh, who's a private sector leader, was getting won the first round. Eventually, I think he got 7% of a vote, and that never actually got out on the internet, but I think some of the Russian news outlets already used the information which was actually not published, but they did run their campaign anyway. I do not know too much about the Ukrainian EU cooperation in cyber defense, cyber security. With NATO, there is a trust fund where Estonia, which is host nation of also the CCD-COE, is playing a prominent role, but most prominent is a kind of Romanian-run trust fund, which is doing quite a lot. What other things are happening, I frankly do not know. Also because I should have cleared that at the beginning, that like Beata told that she is not speaking for NATO, the same applies to me. So if any one of you is saying that NATO said this or that, then it is your problem, not
fake
mine.
News.
You know, it is fake news. Yes, sad. Anyway, we have a CCD-COE has 20 members. 3 of them are partner nations, Finland, Sweden, and Austria. Theoretically, other nations who have a partnership cooperation function with NATO can apply. This is goes to a vote of a steering committee, which is basically, if you can imagine, I have 20 bosses, which is a very peculiar situation. And so I think Georgia actually is a member of a Stratcom COE, is it? I think Georgia is a member. No, it's not. But they are having we cooperate. You have people actually working there. Okay. Now the second question was about defensive capabilities. This is a very huge topic by itself. I would say that NATO is not looking into that. No one is suggesting that NATO as an organization is going to develop any offensive capabilities. They would be national ones. Now the question is how NATO is integrating maybe national efforts in when NATO is conducting operation, or whether it's Article 5 or non-Article 5, how to actually integrate into a general war effort national operations of its member states. I think that is the issue. Altogether, what we know of 17 nations, 17 have declared that they have offensive capabilities. Of course, there are many peace-loving nations like Russia and North Korea who, do not declare, so we don't have, or maybe, of course, we do. So where the number is actually bigger, we're talking about declared capabilities. More than 20 countries have a cyber command or something of that sort, which basically is a military command which would be then responsible when we talk about actually a war footing of conducting strikes, not with a bomb, but with a code. According to international law, really when it comes to the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Convention, basically international humanitarian law of armed conflict, it doesn't matter which is a method which is used to achieve a result, meaning that basically, by the way, also on the Geneva Additional Protocol from 1975, it is actually an obligation of a military commander to use a method which is least likely to produce civilian loss of life or civilian infrastructure being impacted. So I think actually from a legal point of view you can argue that in a future battlefield the cyber offensive capabilities will be used more and more if the target is hard to get to and there will be collateral damage, what you can think of, and you need to, for political reasons, including political reasons, you need to minimize that. On the very tricky question, the last one about both geopolitical terms and how are they relevant in the cyberspace. In a way, yes. I mean, the cyberspace is a kind of a borderless thing, true. At the same time, geopolitics as such does play in the cyberspace. I was, basically in a cyber conference or cyber information panel, so for cyber information warfare panel like this. In Europe, everyone talks about Russia, maybe a bit about Daesh or Iran. I was recently in Japan. It's all about North Korea. So this is, basically, this is their actors. This is their geopolitics. This is basically the threat actors they are talking about. Now yes, there are no real borders, although, there are some Chinese big firewall, things like that, but basically the existence of a Chinese firewall does not make our internet less open, and less borderless. But at the same time, the people behind the keyboard are in a national territory or they are nationals of some country. The servers are on a national territory. The command and control operation is conducted from national territory. And this is basically where very old-fashioned existing international law, which was written before actually cyberspace came into existence, does apply. Because, this is all very, very recent. I have to confess to this very young public that I'm really old. I was born in 1971. That was a year when the first email was sent. And in 1991, that was the time when the World Wide Web started. So we actually, and this is basically what, 26 years, is actually, we have had World Wide Web. So it's very recent, and the law will be catching up.
Very briefly, Kristi, because Emmet stood here for a reason, so we don't want any blood spilled. Yeah.
I just say 2 words about Ukraine. The Finnish to be established Center on Hybrid Threats already has links to Ukraine. So, of course, we all need to learn from the Ukrainian experience. Someone has called it a laboratory of Russian hybrid warfare.
Very unfortunately, we have to stop this wonderful story of hybrid trolls and cyber orcs and NATO dwarfs and EU elves and leave it here. We are moving to Lord of the Rings narrative here already. And thank you very much. And Emmet, back to you.
Great, thanks again. A round of applause for the bus is waiting for us downstairs. The dinner will start at 7 o'clock at Saka, which is about a 2.5 hour drive. One of our participants will meet us there. So if you get your things together as quickly as possible and head downstairs now. Yeah, that'll be enough. Thank you again.